Oi. I see CG. You won yet again. I'm just doing the usual promo balls. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. Did I unmute? I did. Good. I also need to finish making my drink. Yeah. Man, I hope my gambling luck, I can get that streamer luck to pay off from the suffering of well, purchase not. There we go. I will gamble, and I will try. Yes, you did. I need to actually just do keep a leaderboard at this point. I don't think I cleared the manager for it, so I can probably find the number. Midmere. Welcome. Totally not a bot. Hardcore, yeah. This is the one that's tempting me to pull out the wallet. I have 100 rolls. I have that much saved up, and I hope it's enough. I hope it's enough. Anyways, shake drink time. Mute. There we go. Didn't have to bust out your ears. It wasn't enough? Oh no. I did. Oh fuck. I will be happy if I oh, ads. Is paid only? I thought you could roll for it. I don't wait for the ads to pass before I gamba, but shouldn't have wasted those rolls. You really only get the announcer? Where is it? Where's the announcer? Where are they hiding it from me? Oh. Yeah, I mean, get hers, so that's good. Very pretty. The Hell Dimension. Lunacy Shop. Oh, I see it. 2,500 and 20 rolls. And how much is 2,500 lunacy? Oh, come on, you don't even sell it in a... Oh. Suffering. I'd have to buy this one and this one. It's like 30 bucks. Ah, oh, god damn it. Oh. Do I dare? Oh, I know what she sounds like. I'll probably look up her lines. You know, just for this stream, I'll turn on voice. You already got the egos. Okay, that's good. I don't know, wait for the ads to end, and then I'll damba and hope, and then do event. I need that streamer luck. All right, I don't have a lot of lunacy. I lost a lot of it with Walpurgis. The event isn't voiced. Oh. I was sort of hoping the event would be voiced, considering it was, you know, one time. And she's voiced in Japanese, which, yeah, makes sense. Someone got voiced. Alright, ads are over, which means we gamble now. Are we lucky? No. We're not lucky right off the bat, boss. You did it? Neat. Extract. Yeah. I'm probably gonna play through it on hard because you can do it on hard. Oh! Well, now I have all the Ncorp IDs. I've been wanting that. Oh! Double? Yeah, not even anyone knew. They're dupes. Oh. You can do it on both. Easy to set your sinners. Yeah. All right. I want the Faust ego. Oh. I have Arknights Honglu. Oh, neat. I totally wanted that. Depressed man. Hongler. Cool. Ew, it's a man. Yeah, I don't want him. He's not pretty as Hongler. Please, give me fucking one. Give me the Faust one. I'm being fucking tormented. You'll know when it's event. Okay. This is a gacha game with remarkably short horny. Aww. I should have saved more. All right. No. No, I've been bullied. It was dupe even. I'm out. Not a single one. Yep. We got some booba. You know. Princess Rodian has lots of booba. It's happened again. I cannot believe it. I mean, it's gonna be here for a week, so I'll get more rolls. I have some tickets. You know, I'll have some tickets for a 10 roll. I could always do the fucking where is it? My weekly. I still have the mirror dungeon. There's still a chance, right? Hi, Spoon. Didn't get a single fucking one. Who stole my first cat girl? I like this animation that they did for Dante's head. We gotta see the death portal. I'm intrigued. Okay, I played Arknights before I played Limbus. I stole it twice in a row. So but I'm not all the way caught up with Arknights. I only have like a vague understanding. Until only early Arknights because I got stuck. You did get Hongler. It's not even it didn't even get his ego. That was just art or Hong Lu. Miss evil. Mommy. Yeah, play on hard because I think he gives you the rewards anyways. 14 stages. LCPC, the unknown sea. Okay, let's see how this goes. Oh, right, I didn't even get the fucking ego. I didn't get a single ego. I want the Faust ego, man. That's the one I want. When do I get my payout? I'm in America now. Nice. Oh, what the hell? Oh, okay, so I only get to bring those lads. All right. Yeah, no. Hong Lord. Yi saying because he's the only leveled up one I have. Ishmael. I mean, might as fucking well. If I got him, might as well do her, and that just leaves Gregor. Oh, Gregor. I have two options. Hishu or Hishu. Might as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think I read on the thing if you do the hard ones, you just get the rewards for both, so you don't have to play it over again. I was exploring the Lobotomy Corporation branch when my consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition, itself a concept without form, floats into the world of an ever-widening river sweeping up it in its turns to nowhere. When we ran into an admiralty, but Sod told us that Hong Yong's Lobotomy Corp branch should be free of any admiralities. The admiralty, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than any other we encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomless blue, seemed to have the pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this admiralty, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts flood into my head like waves before ebbing away from its shore. I was already lost and adrift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I gonna be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in the strange state for a while. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Dante? Why does it be a knower name? The fog of my vision clears up as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. Ah, what a relief. Gregor, I think Dante's come too. Okay, so they ran into Gregor. So who are you? I was about to ask further questions to this stranger with particularly long animal-like ears, but I felt that drowsiness tossing back with terrifying memories of a dream, rendering me unable to speak. Wait, how did Mia understand what he said? Wait, I had to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, did he nod? I don't remember. I barely managed to wake myself up from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was that stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights. A young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out where in the world I ended up just in. So we're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Yes, we're in Iberia. Well, given that we're next to the ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to U-Corp's Great Lake? Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. I see. You know a question? Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners, then. God, Avia looks really cute in the fucking Limbus art style. That's adorable. She's adorable. She's always adorable. When she's not doing things that's questionable mortals. The fog in my mind immediately cleared as I soon realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? Why doesn't Mia know what he says? I need to know this. Dilate your door. Oh, you're gonna make me blush. No. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier when they were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clock head does come in handy. Manager Bud! Dante! I've woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of this all-surrounding sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor! Hong Lu! Miss Rabbit here told us that she'd find you unconscious by the ocean. Phew. I gave as fast as I could, and oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see her doing just fine. You're gonna make sure you're as red as a tomato. That'll take extra effort. Were you lost at sea? I don't know. Well, I don't think. I do think I'm fine, though. I guess not having any way to drink water finally comes in handy. You should go get that checked out, just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Oh. Marketable plushing time. It's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing. You know, I feel like that's a question that should have been asked, like 3 cantos ago. we had the whole Ishmael plotline. Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger? We demand a specific redeem headband. Okay, yeah, okay. I'll try to figure out how to make a head pat redeem. I just need to figure that out. We're not that much in danger. So, what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering that lobotomy corp branch Jishin told us about? Yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and we got sucked into it before we had a chance to do anything. Man, I really thought that was it for us, especially you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bud. When we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch, though there was quite the mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake? Some of us consider that to be a distinct possibility, but unlikely. Ishmael is really certain that we were not in District 21. It's a routine that's why it gets spammed a lot? Oh boy. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given that what the rabbit-eared lady there said. The outskirts region of the Great Lake? I met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms. A very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Huh? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet? It's just that it's all just a lot to take in. It's understandable. You just woke up from a pretty harrowing experience. She's, actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amiya, the leader of Rhodes Island. Please just call me Amiya. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. It seems that this Rodeo Island is a pretty big corporation, but Gregor trails off ominously, scratching his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terror with the same characteristics as the one Miss Gregor explained. At least not with a name like The Head. Also, sorry, it's Rhodes Island, not Rodeo? Sorry, Gregor's kind of a bad habit with names. Kind of bad with names. So, what are you saying is we're not in the city anymore? It'd be weird for any higher up at these huge corporations to know less about the head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it. Yeah, we may have tumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts, or the ruins probably. Or maybe we really found ourselves in a completely different world. Honglu, you're speaking ahead of yourself. You're not supposed to say that yet. If their conjecture's correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amiya stared at me with some concern as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes, recently anomalous signs and events have occurred in Iberia ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something that we've never observed before, so seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. What's the cool part about being a slime girl? What's the other cool part? I drink water and my boobs get bigger. Damn. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. Where'd all the other sinners go anyway? A bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They're at the settlement near here, where they're all helping out with various odds and ends of the village while taking turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we're like fish out of water, too. Man, barely got even a wink of sleep since yesterday. Everyone's gotta be really tired then, so it's just you two out here for now? No, Ishmael and Yisang are on the other half of the search party. We just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. Pooh. We got news early thanks to Amiya's comms dear, but the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue their search until their shift is done. Oh. Are we talking about the village you mentioned earlier? Uh-huh, right. You've not been there, right? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. They're doing odd jobs to pay for fucking food. Well, we're gonna... Well, we have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Gripper. Pat, 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 Amiya. Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest as she fell into a contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. When do we get to fight the sea monsters, the fucking Seaborn? They closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? And how do you get in, Miss Amiya? We followed Dr. Kalsit's directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally? Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amiya? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Huh, is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Yes, Rhodes Island is, in its essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with oropathy. But we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. High-risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? I doubt you all came here on your own. That's, we were forced to split up due to certain forces that we were in pursuit. Wait, stop! Amia's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, there, as we stood about confused, Amia noticed something pointed toward the seashore, hidden behind the large and crowded rock formations. What are we supposed to, Study! There we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword, bickering with two familiar faces. Hell yeah, thigh gap. The ultimate thigh gap, assless chaps. Again, move, you're in the way. You needn't worry as you do. We had ample exercise battling monsters whom are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried, it's... Come on, better to have 3 fingers in one, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we've got a lot of questions to ask. Thigh gap. Ye saying, Ishmael? Dante, you are unharmed. And here I was getting ready for a 3-day-long search. What a relief, we were all really worried that we might never be able to find you. We managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Amia here. Amia? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion, it can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Stoddy, are those organisms the Seaborn's Dr. Tulsit mentioned? They're sea terrors, to be specific, the less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here for me. Sea terrors? I hear the sticky noise of something vicious sliding along the rocks. When I turned to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smelled a heavy, wet scent of brine. And my gaze awaits all these fuckers. Strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I've ever seen before. Hi guys. You fuckers ruined so many of my runs of integrated strategies. It's as though the sea itself is encroaching on the land. I was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Don't listen to thick women, please, or one big woman. Not yet. Oh wait, that's not Stoddy. It's probably someone else. I don't remember all their names. Her experience with this thick scent of brine at Great Lake must have put her in a weary mood. And Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensible about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I could make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them, though. So let's take them out! Trying to seem cool, Dante. Oh, we get the EMEA announcer for this. Alright. Knuckle pop. What do you fuckers do? Sinking. Yeah, that sounds about right. Inflict nervous impairment. Oh, fuck. Don't stagger. Fuck. Yeah, it works. They made it work exactly like it does in Arknights with fucking nervous impairment. So you build up the status and then you just fucking get stunned and take damage. I hate Seaborn. Classic Dante, screw strategy. Just droop up and hit them till they die. If my soldiers are, immortal, might as well keep sending them out. That was an effective strike against the enemy. Drager taking his fucking shit rocked. Hey, Drager, stop losing. Yeah. Phone! How dare you? Dante doesn't need to think ahead. I have infinite sinners to sin. Yeah. Alright. I just fucked up at the first turn because they outnumbered us. I forgot about that. Rock their shit. Hongler. We brought the Umasang. We got Umasang here. Yeah, I remember, do they have their fucking egos? They don't. Alright. We're pretty double. Alright. Yo. These disgusting creatures. Another victory. Dante, this, as the story is concerned, doesn't strategize. He exploits the weaknesses of enemies. True. I mean, he does do a little bit of strategizing because they made fun of how win rate works. Oh, new splash screen with the LCVs. It's like, why are you all jumping the same enemy? Stop arguing. Because the sinners without direction fight like fucking barbarians and jump the same fucking enemy. All the enemies have been retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Phew, didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake. You can say that again. It would have taken us the whole day if that Stoddy character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from distance. As we were catching our breath after that battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Stoddy glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform? And ahead of a clock. I guess they're both technically true? Well, it's nothing more than a theory at this point. I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess? I only hear a ticking clock. Okay, so Amiya's, it's because of the crown. Oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? What's up? No, I'm just wondering how Miss Amiya can seemingly understand Dante. Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah, it completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is. Their voices sound like a ticking clock to me too, but I don't know. It's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say. What kind of emotion they're trying to convey? Yeah, your fucking magic powers. Her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya that felt from the... That is true. Dante has a weird relationship with blue people showing up. So she can read me kind of like how Virgilius can, I guess. Virgilius can't. He's only picked that up from bullying you over your body language. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true, it's been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Hong Lu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know how exactly she can understand Dante, but I don't think we've got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So we're heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two. Also, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu. Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know that's not very far, though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. Stoddy quietly points in my direction. Oh, Dante can't tell us the time. Because they're not on time! Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time. Then why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I looked away from Stoddy's inquisitive eyes, which were quite sordidly fixed on my head. He's feeling self-conscious. He's feeling self-conscious. The coast of Iberia, hardly a good place for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in the world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? Oh, because they're cultists. They're gonna be cultists. The monsters are called Seaborns, or Sea Terrors, yes? While it's true that they possess a certain difficulties, they were hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on the brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on our guard, right? Stoddy can be a bit hurt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Stoddy's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. Yeah, we're gonna get jumped by fucking this seaborn cultist. Yep, see, double rewards. 40. Yeah, so you don't need to play through on normal. You can just do it on hard. Alright, story. And hopefully at the end of this, the role will be the Village of the Dead Lighthouse. Oh boy. This hardly looks like a village, it's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they've done anything proper upkeep of this place, not in a while at least. They're really here, living together. That strange building tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it I see a rotting sign marked with the name Ferro Morito. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long, silent abandonment. We don't see these kinds of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either. But yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on that free real estate. Be it a syndicate or a corporation. And fix it up. Better than this, at least. Hi, Jello. So, where are the sinners? Ah, there's a clearing down there where we are entrapped betwixt a twain of great ships narrowing winds against our sail. Yeah, it's Don Quixote. Oh, she's fucking telling the story. And that is when young Ishmael boomed, her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try to search for them. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone's doing okay. If not, don't let what's bothering you in the moment ruin the list. Yes. Did you buy Monster twice? Interesting choice. No. Oh, it fucking showed up twice on my... in the activity feed it showed up once. It showed up twice in chat, which is weird. Weird. I didn't even have to try to search for them. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. I know I've seen that. That's Don Quixote's voice. And she's sharing her adventurous tales. Oh. Fighting over the bottle. There she was, standing on top of Oh, fuck. Oh, wait. No. 5 spots. There's you one standing on top of a low podium like an actor on a stage, revealing a group of people in rags with tales of adventures like traveling thespian. And now I have to do 5 squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sit. Back at it. There we go. Fight me! Violets. And so, ye dogs, oarsmen, 'tis the moment I, Ishmael, first made a vessel, softly shall navigate. Ah! Stop, hold on. Just what do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael, unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with the most fantastical tale of adventures at the great Manager Esquire. Verily, thou hast returned with Manager Esquire safely in tow. What? They found Lockhead? Burning a burning clock for a head? When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary Sarkaz with a flaming head. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? While their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there is no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry, who are you two? They're 2 very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. And this is Miss Dottie, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. With us? We believe that the dimensional door, which we at Rhode Island are investigating, has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. As Amia was bringing the sitters up to speed. You know, it's very questionable whether or not living in the world of Arknights or living in the world of Limbus Company is worse. I think living in the city is worse. You guys should just stay in the Arknights world. I think you guys would be better off. I think I stared cute and nice. Oh, never mind. Very cute indeed. So cute, small. Zamia was bringing the sinners up to speed. Ah. The villagers, who were staring at us curiously, approached us. Violence? Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so. Ah, you are friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite the grand title, yet that is indeed the word by which we addressed. Being precise by saviors, they are referring only to Faust and Otis. Oh! Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling art. Faust, the Faust ego. So I'm guessing something did happen. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, what do we do? After all we went through to get here. Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all old they're all old curmudgeons. Let's STNC, then PTSD. You can't do that, Ryoshu. We can't say that on YouTube. We can't pillage their storage depots. It's like they already have it hard enough as it is. I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look how thin their arms are. I don't think they're really in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to whereabouts ere we are to decide our lodgings. While the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corps, but I don't recall seeing or learning about any place that looks like this. Though I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. Don't you do it! I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. We can't hide. We're from Limbus Company. We're fixers of justice. Yeah, that fixers of. Oh, don't you not want to keep it down? Fixers? That over there. It's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so. Chief, this does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious, I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the test to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there are certainly inspired parts to the design, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems incredibly energy efficient. But you all identified that by merely glancing at this blueprint? The tism is strong. You must be the village chief, hmm? If so, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting in their ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea we may be able to find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turn around and look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we're really in a different world, even her jester self has to be. No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around. Then she pulls me by my hems and whispers in a low voice. My connection to jester self is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Dante. So it's still connected, at least. Indeed, it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up dozens of hours by current calculation. Is that a warp train situation because we're in a different dimension? The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back aboard the warp train. So to get back where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. And from that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to sea? Yes. While I am also a genius, after all. Amiya conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. With high likelihood, yes. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up this repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its tore parts ship-shape again, Executive Manager. We'll be staying here for a few days then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we weren't told, thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with the local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chef handed us this earlier. What's it for? It looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here. I know how to get that installed. It must be to repay Faust and Miss Otis's efforts at repairing their ship. Yet the service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and breads Radia keeps in her pockets. Didn't want to eat into their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know? She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people. The gluttonous beast. All those to her tits. They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ain't taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourself so much with our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. Cookies and bread and tits, yeah, and all the tars no to her tits. She's secretly snacking. I turned around and looked at the source at that low rumbling voice. We saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish himself amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? Do we have places? We do have places for shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. Exactly. Gluttony. I think you'd like Radia then. Radian. At the very least. We do have a place to shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There's an empty building there, so feel free to occupy for the night. We don't have a slime ID in this game, but it's possible. Technically. There is a canonical slime girl in this setting. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself. I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since, like, yesterday. You'll catch cold sleeping in the elements, and you'll catch cold sleeping in the elements in this environment. You'll catch cold. Okay, you'll catch a cold. Unplayable. Refund me now. Which is fine by me for the rest of you, but we couldn't afford to have the executive manager or honored guest suffer that fate. Well, the sign girl's donation out now, so they can't use it. No! Cringe! They should make a slime girl ID that isn't slosh mail. Slosh mail doesn't count. Although I have the vibe they would put it on like a male character like fucking Heathcliff or someone. That would be funny. You'll attach, yep. So, honor guests? I heard what happened from the four who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. Well, yeah, she's a fairy gentleman. Yeah. And not even a good one. God, all these tits are getting me riled up. My lesbianism overtaking doesn't help. Limbus Company fans are thirsty in ways unimaginable because there's so little fan service in this fucking game. When there is fan service, they fucking go insane. I remember hearing how they were banning images, the official artwork of Turakumo Ishmael because her fucking because it was too lewd on the subreddit. They were banning, the moderators were banning images. It's just like, man, this is too lewd, and then someone just edited her out completely. By the way, C machine is similar to the backwards clock, so aberrations are on the table. I see. First, I would like to begin rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are the leader at a pharmaceutical company, and this acquaintance shall certainly come in handy in our cause in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. God, it would be awesome if we end up getting another Limbus Arknights collab and it's, you know, we get either IDs, which would be awesome, or you know, it's a collab for Arknights. We get some of the sinners in Arknights. That would be cool. I would like to see them say some wacky bullshit over there. But I don't think that's gonna happen because our man likes to have a lot of control over his characters. Our beloved director. Of course, adds, I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic by standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief. Hey, I wanted to ask if I made some art for your... I am not looking to buy art at the moment, but thank you for asking. The village chief took a brief glance at the hands by her wrist, then nodded. Welcome to Ferra Morto. You're welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who helped to repair the vessel. Oh, you better not go back on your word later. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Dried fish like they were eaten earlier, maybe? Hey, Chief. What is it? Just how are you surviving out here by the sea? Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected. For we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The chief responds to Stoddy's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going. Can't learn much more from here. You going somewhere at this hour? She's a super soldier. She don't need to sleep. She's like a Dalbin. Stoddy, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village, something about how coasts are hardly good places to live in. Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast. Do you understand the Agar language? Agar language? No. Dante, Stoddy just spoke in Igerian. I couldn't understand a word of Stoddy in the chief's conversation because I don't speak Igerian. It may only be that there were enough lexiconal similarities between one of the city's languages and the language Stoddy spoke in for them to comprehend the meaning. Weird coincidence. Anyways, Dante's using his powers of understanding other languages apparently. I have some things to look into. Something you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember you're not on a solo mission, Stoddy. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island. Will do. Stoddy nodded silently before leaping off to the night out of our sights. I'm kinda worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh, yeah, we could probably pick up an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn, we made our way back to the unoccupied building. Very silly. I bet they're eating seaborn. They're probably eating seaborn if they're really doing not great. We got the cult. Oh, Terra, another story node. Enter. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings until we came across a hall large enough to fit all 15 of us or so. Okay, so we're ready. With the curtains on the windows removed, the smoke has an exit. Wow, I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that'd work. We just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all this smoke. It's clear that she had some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young Rhodian, for I shall conjure thee up hot a special fixer soup. No. You're making soup with cookies and jelly? No, you're not going anywhere near the kitchen again, not after what you cooked up last time. While I must admit to a certain level of interest, as many of our fellows viscerally are oft racked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making, perhaps it'd be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right, don't you remember? We agreed to leave the cooking the mayor or Odie if we ever got in a situation like this, remember? Did we? See, I think it's just become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember back during last year's cooking contest at K-Corp? There are only 2 people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we'll get to try out Otis's cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. You'll never get that, MILF. I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic given the circumstances. It can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we are all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Amiya? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comms devices, or they've ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The Dr. Tall said, they're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long has this curiosity lingered within me, thus allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet the activities of your corporation resemble those of a charity organization as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicit this blurred distinction? I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhodes Island's helping people? Something about what Onglu said brings back unpleasant memories. Oh right, yeah, H-Corp is pretty much a pharmaceutical company too. In a way. They're very nice, you know? With life insurance. The horrible experiment seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering, the embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Honglu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, choose to obsess over profit it can provide. Oh yeah, and K-Corp's also a pharmaceutical company. And agricultural. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you, it spreads deeper and deeper into the infected's internal organs, and eventually culminating in their death. It's called oropathy. Amiya showed me the back of her right hand, dotted with what appeared to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of a bio-treatments from the bat streets, but there's something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. Well, there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable, deadly disease? While it varies region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. Yisang began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhumane conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this oropathy highly contagious? No. There have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystallized roots decay and turn into dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. Then, barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So what's the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. And Rhodes Island's goal has been to be, yes, it's important to develop a cure for oropathy, but I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor, though. That is what gives you your efforts more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amiya. I really do. For truth. The city, this world, we both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from, this city? What kind of place is this city anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules. The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse. Try as I might, I couldn't even think of a single positive thing about the city. The sinners seem to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds are rarely ever go unpunished, where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. It's an irritable place full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. We can at least gross about them, though. I guess it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and more acclimatizations oneself to it instead of complaining. More and acclimatize oneself. You did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shouts shattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nay a day goeth by untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worry thee not, for where evil rises so doth fixers of justice too. Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of a small pebble tumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! Whoa! Is Don about to be fucking crushed to death? Sailor outfit? And from behind the wall, she accidentally broke down an unfamiliar visage of a villager appears and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. Oh. How fairest thou? Fairest thy foot? You gotta apologize first. Alas, seemed a tad too hyperactive today. Nay, apologies, I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? Two? Pray, to what? Forget the apology, I just want to know what happens next. The fixers of justice rose up to do what? Oh! Oh, has thou come to hear my tale of fixers? I don't know about what's about coming to us, given how Miss Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Oh, is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite early an hour for tales. In fact, pray seat thyself here. You ungovernable fool, calm down. We don't even know who she is. And don't you forget to share those fixer tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Thou makest the request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced in the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kinds of stories. Well, we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mares. How should I put this? Did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my Gramps. Oh, that nice guy? So he had a granddaughter. Yet I have not seen you once, Miss Mares, under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Like Radia said, while we didn't see Mares out here, there wasn't anyone else in the village to comfortably called young. You're telling me Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside? Going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems that they do not give us full faith to their saviors. Faust is sad. There are things you cannot share with whom you trust with your life, though I would like to know why. So, my, as though there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village. No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village. At all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. We are... I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Oh, pray, how's thou here via listening device most secretive upon her chambers? I mean, she was on the other side of the door. Bears tapped the side of the wall, the part of it that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. Bad soundproofing. I could hear pretty much everything, Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. but verily, I see. I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. Traitor. Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introductions, so... Care to regale me with the tale of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Yes, the happy face. Indubitably then, alas that I shall do, I shall regale thee with the tale in which the legendary fixers, the Arch-Magnificence herself, the Red Mist, hath... I suppose that killed any hope for a good night's sleep. But, don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay, no matter how noisy things are? What? Do you take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Mayor Salt had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faust lay claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as she closed business for the day. The close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners, who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unusual land, slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Zwei Association's first section, though the knight was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? Oh, I guess it's okay since the mayor seemed to be having fun. As I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern, Mia, not yet asleep, approached me. This city, Miss Don Quixote speaks of, seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. You actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling it with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to the plays we were made to watch back in La Mancha Land. Well, I think all those stories, even though they're only partially true, just so to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without somebody having to force it. That's true. I hope there'll come a day where Rose Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Something wrong? No, I just thought Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. A comment about fucking Gregor's bug arm? No one's commented about it. I feel like that would be noteworthy. There aren't really bug people in Arknights. I mean, they're the spider sarcas, but they're fucking weird and nobody really talks to them. Whoa, what happened then? Thus spoke Lady Otis boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy. I, Otis, shall educate you on how manner maketh. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Hong Yong, and Otis, who could no longer stand Quixote's unintentional alterations of story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it! What kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that." Verily, certain aspects of this retelling may be exaggerated. That's Tales of Adventure for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when the story is told too realistically, and as is, right? You know nothing. Nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record or a book remained once the profound silence swept through this village. So I've always had a craving for these kinds of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from immigrating. Contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition and that the people fled from it. It's okay, little German boy, it's a different Inquisition. They still kill people, though. Yeah, the Nigel and Hammer we saw back at Tull aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Talsit, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Iberian fell into chaos. That its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's cities from the lawlessness. And that alone kind of makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with the incidents related to the church that worships Seaborns. Fie, an organization that worships those monsters? It seems that cultish fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up, so following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who even seems remotely connected to them. Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns? Those things from earlier, I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, it's just what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition execute many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. This seems like a reasonable policy decision to me, but it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. It must have had to endure such a long period of pain. To be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring the land back to its glory days, but to Gramps, they were just suppressors making his life difficult. That's why we've come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so, run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know, but it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow, too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow, too. After seeing Maris to her own room, the other sinners, those who are still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world that's neither the city nor the outskirts. It seemed that the lives its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. Literally can never find a fucking good place. Fucking lose their minds. Oh, another fight. Vessel Mesas. Alright. Oh, we got the whole team, baby. You. What are you telling me? Oh, right, I got incorporated, yeah. You. Then you. I've come to terms that opening up, it's better to start with the C branch fellas, so they can build up poise. They need to build up their poise. Well, you know, Otis and Ryushu just sort of go ham. Yes, enter. Oh, hi, sweepers. I see we'll be seeing you a bit more. It's so big! Amazing! I didn't know there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. Ah, I espy her name. 'Tis called the name Rebellion de las Masas. Rebellion de las Masas? The Revolt of the Masses? Is it? A name very much mired in particularity indeed. Long Liu chimed in. That he was rather fond of it, with its size being the same as the boat from his home. If Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that the size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder skiff. The Indigo Elder was raw dogging it with a fucking Flex Seal door, more or less, on the fucking Great Lake. Madman. I thought it was gonna be somewhere around Mephi size at most, but you sure you can get this ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I look at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most of the functions of this vessel buoyancy, gear, propeller, steering gear, all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident though. It should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? No, there's a lift-like apparatus down there. It should take us up to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be nice? Oi, are you two just sort of faff about down there? We're heading up now. No, we're going up with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, I was treated by the extravagant interior that was dotty as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Surely it sure is shiny as heck in here. I got butterflies in my stomach. Agreed. A.S. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. But too ostentatious. Not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite that intellectual, yet imagine the adventures we could embark on board this vessel most lavishly decorated. As Faust and Otis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. Ah! Sip my drink. Ah. That must have been investigative. This must have been investigative or research vessel of sorts. But it doesn't seem to be extravagant for one of the. It does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates updating in real time. It seems. The coordinates seem to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet. Nope, no islet there. Ah! Blimey, lass, you sure know how to sneak up on people. Mares? What, did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. Why are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates. Collectively known as Agar. Gramps' home. I see. Understood. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promises repaired to the ship was sufficient to earn their trust and the title of saviors. What's she on about? Someone get translating. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements from the village chief alongside information garnered from the exchange of mares, it is possible to gauge the significant this ship's repair has to be to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that pose a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, to employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Damn, that's a lot of words to say that Heathcliff is retarded. Lower the baton, I implore you, I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Smarthire would start gabbing like that again. So what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily consists of dried food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering that Stoddy said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either. Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Ferro Moreto. Some villagers were armed, yeah, and those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed, and that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, I get what's going on here. The last undergrad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers and convince them they're planning to use the fact they're from the same neck of the woods, or sea, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing their ship. We're repairing their food supply plan too. Huh? What's wrong? It's, While the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinners stared at him with mild around. Heathcliff's not an idiot. You guys are just mean to him. And I did too. What's with them annoying looks? Wait. Oh, you sods? You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Top-notch intuition. It's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition always been excellent, and he often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for... I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Like, get back here! Now those fools are out of the conversation. Was he correct? Otis looked away from the usual chaos and Asmer's damn. Beating the They just can't let Heathcliff have nice things ever. Just be... the result is violence. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. But the Aegir will... I'm sure they'll welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Unlike mayors or chief, they're not Aegir. I believe they will. Iberians suspects and hates the Aegir for no reason other than that we're from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Pretty, might thou explain to us who the Aegir are? I had initially thought it would be reference to a region, yet it almost seems to refer an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers, though I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts Backstreet's people with open arms. Or maybe there used to be some rich folk? They call them nests. If they call them nests toss Aegir here, then doesn't that make the rabbit-eared lass Aegir too? What in the... Wait, in the world you come from, do they not distinguish between races? That's not entirely true. Delineation of races is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in the Fathoms, there were terrifying things called the cuckoo spot. Don't remind me, Dante. However, as a general rule, it is said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my caucus ears. And I've got pointed ears because I'm an Aegir, though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. The closest idea to what they are discussing appears to be, Don Quixote seems to be struggling to finish her sentence. Marisol stepped in to continue. By context clues in manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest examples in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearances of humans, different natures, comparable sapience. 'Tis of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that maketh coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that the Aegir are also. I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then wherefore are they made subject to the suspicion of hatred? Well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to the city folks like us. Think of feathers of a fallen wing, kids born in the back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in essence we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans felt oddly discomforting. No, you see, sinners. It's not just your world that sucks. All of them suck. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of this ship. This way. The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost complete, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Well, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms identified ahead, assumed to be sea terror horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it, are they the C-tiers we encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but it's our last experience tells us anything. We should be able to handle this. Amiya, please support us in battle, like you did yesterday. Canst thou fight, young mares? I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. Do not ask the child to fight, Dawn! Then, guys, find a place to keep mares as far as possible from the battle. Now let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. Oh, we got the fucking dogs. We got the dogs. What do? You just inflict sinking. All right, very shrimple. Any passives? All right. Do this. Do this. 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 And this. Power up the Faustals. Oh, we're fighting. I thought we were gonna fight on the deck. It looks like we jumped off. Let these seaborn dogs fucking perish. I don't remember. What's your? Yeah, that's your still too. Go! I wonder what the real fucking boss fight, what sort of fucking monster we're gonna have to deal with. Ah. Let's see. You don't have any fucking poise. Unfortunate. Yeah, oh well. Let's see. Do this. Faust. Yeah, do that. We're about to have 2 to 3 Seaborn die. They're not very tough. These are definitely the little goober characters for this little story. Stream, chicken man. Nice. All right. Yep. Not much worth jumping. Really, it's not worth building up Faust's fucking stacks, mouse stacks when you're in a chain battle, because you can't really make the full use of it. Like, get it started, but after that, just fucking do whatever. Because you can't actually build it up fast enough to be super useful. Oh, it's the I didn't notice it last time. It does the fucking Arknights voice line for it. Mission accomplished. Adorable. Rather fond of it, yes. Ishmael, come on, you're in Waterworld. You can do a better job. Small tide. Lead within 15 turns. I get it. You don't like that I have a few people under level. It doesn't matter. 5 levels isn't a big enough difference. Like if they actually get on the field, it means bad things happen. Oh, it's you, motherfucker. It's you, motherfucker. All right. For nervous impairment. Oh god, fucking nervous impairment. Is it still a chain battle? It's still a chain battle. Do this. Very good. God. I'm really curious about the bosses, don't it fucking be? He's going in sicko mode. Stop that. Wait, do they have the fucking circle build up under it too? They do! They have the Arknights fucking circle build up. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Oh, they're all fucking staggered. Okay. Be afraid. I can't wait to be fucking tormented by the ones that just fucking throw nervous impairment on you for existing. God, I need to play Arknights again. More for the story than anything, but it's so long. I could probably do it on stream, but I don't want to read aloud all of that. At that point, I might as well just do a fucking voice of audio fucking file for it. All right, go. It's a good thing your lovely little sinners are fucked up little goobers. The great writing. Ah. There's more. There's just more, huh? Oh, there's fucking 20 in the wave? Okay. Well, you know what? We're gonna pull his nonsense out. We're going all out. Bringeth out of. Is there an unopposed attack? There is. Do that fast, just to make sure. Then it's on Honglu, so Lord Dart. So make these horrible creatures suffer. Fucking killed the dog like that. Yep. Get your stabby in with Yinglong. Just in case something a bit nastier pops up. Yep. Steadfast protection. It's one die. You're just being win rated, man. You're not worth the whole fucking chain. Beat him to death. Maybe I jumped the gun a bit. Faust is gonna kill him. Didn't even get to go full. Didn't even use everything. Ooh. The remaining entities have all returned from the sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that surrounded the ship returned to the sea even before the battle came to an end. And their retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship, Fao? Is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capacities. Whew. So, I noticed in the battle, I might be wrong of course, but I think I noticed how around the end of the battle, those monsters are starting to go after the manager. Yeah, probably right, actually. I noticed too, at some point during our battle, those monsters realize that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. And since the very same, their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? That ain't much of a question, innit? They've all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential, so much that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or new element, they transform themselves and other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude befitting a researcher, yet the transformation of fascination to idly is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of the whales. Then, can they adapt to learn languages to communicate with us? What? Knowing by everything we've heard, I think they sound reasonably smart. Mare's eyes went round at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there was a Seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testaments to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans, the other, to deceive humans. They're not really speaking, they only learn how to trick you. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Knights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. White Knights and Dark Days? She whispered quietly. Well, as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on to the hint of joy in her voice. The pillar of light in the city. Did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers? Oh, that's... Ain't it obvious? We got a culprit right here, the storyteller lass who's been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Oh, yet I have not gotten that far. You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you babbled all about our company's secrets, have you? Nay, I would simply not. As Don Quixote was subjected to yet another round of scolding, Amiya stared toward the sea, wary of the sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again, before turning towards us. I wonder which of the two, the Seaborns, are. Their sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learn human language out of instinct, but the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you by chance worship the Seaborns? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Miss Mayers, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. Look, Seaborns can be a bit yandere. As we were conversing, Faustus descended from the ship. Welcome back, Jello. Faustus descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools and borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done? Right as the ad what? I'm sorry, Jello. I'm guessing the repairs are done? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Do you have any departure time and date in mind? I'd prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have the set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to the sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So we can go back tonight. The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now. We got a big fancy boat. Mephi was a very okay boat. We had the hand paddle. Oh! I hit the daily check-in flip over. I didn't do my dailies. That's fine. I don't really care for them. I have plenty of resources. Losing a few traits ain't the end of the world. The Inquisitor. Uh-oh. Hey, it looks like someone showed up. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. The Inquisitor, dressed in well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and lamp hanging from her waist sits in the stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackled village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So the Inquisition discovered our village. Do you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charge and suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw. What a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here, now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found this sodden coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with that tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Ayers, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with pirates, all he ever did was share Limebee's jerky to villages. Or carry Igerians between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Tulsit told us that the words of the Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. It is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside the mayor's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seem to have picked it up, though. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It's unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting that we just let them arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. If this is the standard procedure with no laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hopes is to take the ship before they impound that too. Uh-oh. We can't do that, even it's standard procedure. Even if they're working within the law, it's not... You stayed up to hear Mayor's story too, didn't you? You know, the Incorp Inquisitors were working within the law too when they came for the village. That was standard procedure too. If anyone had stepped in then. I know what you went through, but I'd still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. Sinclair just went through his training arc, Otis. He's not as scared as before. He wants to throw down. I will try my best to figure out how to sail the ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you or I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kind of awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first, them being the Inquisition and the Chief, both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition's support. Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I cannot wait for the Inquisitor to lock eyes with Mia, both being, the short people they are, seeing eye to eye. And then she's gonna be like, papers, please. Papers, please. Why are you in the country? Rhodes Island? I agree with them both. First, let's see what the Inquisitor has to say. R. Rabbit's right, she says? Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right, then there's no way Ryushu would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots, it's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor's seen us. We're already under suspicion. She'll doubtlessly try to stop us if we flee now. So first, lower her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head? Are you from the Colombian Union? They're wearing a clock for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? Tick-tock. Wait, what? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just tell her that! 2 days! Alright, enough of the chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amiya, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I am aware of the Iberian-Pleasure border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence. Unlike Sinclair, alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we have illegal entry as well. I fucking called it. Papers, please. That we had to because the issues demand urgency, and I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent the issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling Rhode Island issue. Stay put and await consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do you know treatment you may depend on, you know that your treatment may depend on negotiation skills? As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive, has fled in the middle of an interrogation, and has been sailing with pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane. That is a decision well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years, right next to that highly suspicious acre. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have been committed any acts of treason against our laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. Oi, I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you'll roll up in here, only to know they shouldn't be alive. I'm arresting them all. What are you saying? These people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. Ah, that's it. Lass, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair... Please calm yourself, Heathcliff. Hong Liu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me. I've had enough of her. Continuing the threatener will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest then? We're clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean the people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But look, too healthy. The heck? Then shouldn't you be applauded for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes about accosting and arresting civilians of Iberian straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time nor the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever that way that may be, after a proper investigation. So stop it with this obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandishes her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante? Without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further agitation of the local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents like Miss Mayers told us about earlier. I doubt she has anything like the inquisitors of Incorp we saw back at Cull. They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Being the way an inquisitor, who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area, was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me, then, as the standoff was showing no signs of ending. Miss Mayers? I can answer your questions, so for now, let's do as the Inquisition says. Mayers, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. What of thy grandfather and the villagers? It's all right. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisition doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence? Mayer's response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they called the calamity that destroyed Iberia. Oh boy. I get a text from La Madre. One moment, let me respond to her. This letter, she was asking if I was busy, and I was like, I'm streaming. Spinning clock, objective clear the stage. Oh, we're fighting. Spinning clock? Are we about to show them the power of might of Dante's smooth brain? Go! You. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't before the seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence, and must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called the profound silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then came, then planes shipped out at sea, and the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in the face of the infallible calamity. What? Just what are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of this information you're sharing. You fucking messaged me. Begun. Then the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that follow the profound silence. They pretend to be eager for the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in our lands. So that's why they're arresting Ager left and right. I can see the thought process, but so it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante? This isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mayers. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There's a fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no, it's the fear of someone who's been suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me that should I come across an Ager who knows too much, there is a sliver of chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Cease, thou art threatening the innocent with thy brandishing of the firearm. But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Run! Quick on the outtake as always. Radia slung Mayers over her shoulder and ran past the villagers. Yes, Russian mommy, go. While the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor drew her firearm. Oh? Is Don about to take a shot for the villagers? And in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote? Thou shalt go no further. I, a victor of justice, shan't abide as thou prosecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided, that this clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this would irrevocably make us a new enemy, monster. Call sit! Oh! Yes! Dr. Talsit! We got monster, yay! A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster, birthed forth between the two of them. Gah! Who is it this time? Something feels off about Limbus company, Talsit. I think it's because her eyebrows are just sort of fading through her hair, and it just looks kind of weird on her. That's enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Talsit! Do you know her? Yes, she's Dr. Talsit, Rhode Island Medical Department's. Ah, Dr. Talsit behind you! Immediately tried to shoot her. Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhode Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorizations. The Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Talsit managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched through the wall of the building we stayed in the night before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and villagers on the spot. That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than head standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is... What a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around impressed. It's a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that it's true. My heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough of discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo jurisdiction that does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation's gotten slightly better, right? She's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's not some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am an Inquisitor Irene's ally. Are we about to fight monsters? Dr. Talsid. Amiya, outsiders, as much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisition's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which she reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is, without a doubt, correct. So they are actually connected to the Church of the Deep? I fucking called it. That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is the dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village? A church? Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the situation. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused defense into question. Yet I can hardly believe that young Mayers is lying to us. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with that Inquisition, or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time? I see, you really are entirely in the dark, as it's an unexpected outcome given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth, unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon... I'm sorry, it seems we've mired you in this trouble. Say no such thing. We shall not abide by one such injustice as perpetrated before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has even brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that words shall resolve this conflict. When we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth, and I immediately knew what Totsit was about to say. Take responsibility? You don't have to go Blimey! We are now departing for the sea. As we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop! The unanticipated, or rather, perhaps I was simply in denial of the rising dread ambush did not end there. Damn it, the Inquisitor was right? The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had sealed in their clothes, and it seemed that they were coming for me as well. Amiya, on your left. Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away a dagger in the direction. Fuck, he called it, cultist. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villager's back made a visceral, crunching noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Stoddy, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Unlike Amiya, who I managed to find, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining that the Inquisitor and Tulsa's twitch understanding and such retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you. We are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize for unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make you stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. If we can shake off a stab wound, like, this is most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn into Seaborn. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die, and the survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. What? That's not a very big deal. That's not a very big deal. Everyone's acting like it was for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was I didn't know what would happen if I had tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into Seaborns. The golden bow helped with the whale's palification effect, but I had no idea how it would interact with the Seaborn transformations. We should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but for what? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends, and preferably in the least painful way, you know? Oh, sorry, was the last part kind of too much to ask? Don't give up already. If we bring them back to Rose Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you... Dante, I know what you mean, but I just can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail? Just trust me this one time. I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But... Amiya, can you understand the outsider speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform into Seaborn. Okay. She just says okay and knows for it. Okay. Before we knew it, Stadia decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. Amiya seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Stoddy jumped into action. What are you doing? Stoddy? Don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. This is just how we roll. The clock turns. This is just... The decapitated heads creep toward the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. And this rewinding us backward in time, or we define the concept itself. This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. Their wounds are disappearing. Resurrection, metapsychosis, or time reversal? Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. Well, that seems too small a price for such a great power. Though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking. All of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. I gotta look at this one. Getting back up. What a pose. This is a cool, I like this one. They're aura farming. Yeah, we all just got killed and we're getting back up. What about it? I don't know just what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life. Prepare thyself, for thou shalt now pay the price for making a mockery of justice. I fucking love Dawn's face. She is doing go mode. They are pissed. Yeah, we just can't let this slide, you know? How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. And that Dawn, yeah, Dawn had a good look. I like that. Alright. So let's see what you guys do. Sinking and bind. Paralyze. Alright, you heal SP for allies. Gain haste. On a hit, unopposed attack. Okay. And what about you, Mr. Man? I don't know your skills yet. I don't need these fucking hints. Gain 5 Terror Assimilation. Gain 1 hit down. If an allied center has 5... When an ally has offense... What? Okay. Okay, that's a bit weird. Dawn is just like, oh, I tried to help you. Now you've pissed me off. Okay, we'll do that. Do this. What's this? Okay, that's unopposed, and then the other two are whatever. Go for him. Go. Steadfast cultists of the deep. Yeah, I fucking called we'd get fucking cultists. Dawn when she spots a villain, exactly. I am liking a lot of the artwork that they've done so far. Cult Sit looks a little weird to me, but you know what? I'm fine with it. Wait, was that one named Bethany? Did it have a different name? No, I said body. It was just body. Get him, Chicken Man. Okay, good. Let's see. Okay, Faust, deal with that. Hongler, you can deal with that. Do that. I want... Who's targeting you? It's them. No. That's being clashed. You clash there. You let that go through and we can deal with that. Hit that. Is that your S1? It is. Alright, so it might be better. Yeah. You deal with them. Try to take him out, Gregor. That's just a defense skill. Alright, go. Now, am I gaining sneaking from attacking them? Quite annoying. Fabulous. Oh, he is whipping out the tentacles. All right. Start building up the Faust stacks. Oh, fucking so close to just being dead. Okay, we got two of them staggered. 816. Yeah, do that. Deal with that. Honglu, you deal with that one. I'll let Faust deal with that one. Oh, is he outspeeding us? Oh, you do that. Do that. Deal with the other ones, it'll be fine. Oh, you're too slow. All right, do that. Rights of Liberation. Oh boy, red coins. Oh, I sure do love red coins. I love. We got to be able to see the animations. Sinclair, stop losing. Oh, wait. What was that? Wait, why did Dawn stop that attack? Did he have does he have a conditional attack that triggered the defense? You. Stills, what is it? Passives. I don't know. Call the Bloodkin. Well, Faust has her murder star ready to go, so Faust killed him. You do that. There. There. And do that. No, leave that one. Hit that. Oh, fuck. Clear the ads. I fucked it up. It'll be fine. Fuck it, they're just they are killing these villagers. We were your friends and you stabbed us in the back, you assholes. Okay. He has more attacks, which is fine. They're all on Mr. Hongler. He'll be fine. Deal with them. Favored? Yeah, deal with that. Plus 1 point tower for every sinking. unopposed. Oh, are you too fast? Do that. Yeah, I want Rodian to help kill them. It'll be fine. Ah, piss. It'll be fine. I think we got this fight. It doesn't seem too bad. It just might be a bad turn. Surprised that the first boss fight was a cultist man. Oh, we staggered him. Anyways, kill him. I don't. Yeah, that's all I was gonna do anyway. So, yeah, rip of the shreds. He's not surviving. Finish the job, my Haishu. Rip off his balls. Mission accomplished. Wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're heading. They're trying to board the vessel Masas. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired, so how... Tis, ain't it obvious? The whole village is in on it. Ain't it surprised that they'd send someone to spy on us? Or they know a way to get the ship floating even in its broken state? Vessel Masas? Vessel Rebellion de Masas. The ship is moored at the port in the direction. Wait, it can't be. Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers deep who were hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How can a vessel that size become operational this fast? The exterior, the name. It must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rode after them? Mate, come on. Sea's full of sea terrors. It won't get very tar before it sinks. Do you see something, Emiya? You keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel Masa soon disappeared into the mist, and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people have ever been there, as though this getaway has all been premeditated. Leaving only mares. Uh-oh. Do not do something bad to the mare. She is been. Do not do something horrible to Kut creature. To Tritora. She's gonna be. Ah! We're halfway through. Stop yapping. Three-way agreement. Damn it. Can't we just take any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel. They can't possibly be very fast. That'll be difficult. Even if it was a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify an exact location of the vessel, which is a real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Iberia and the lighthouses were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean there's some left? Just one as far as I know, the one in Gunfaro, but the lighthouse cannot be used at the moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Are you really going to give them one of the villagers' benefit of the doubt? Yet Yenstadi hath already confirmed her to be safe. All confirmed is whether she's seaborn or not. Can't know she's a cultist. 'Tis true, yet once we saw that Maris was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Stadi's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they had all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Aegir is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer that question. Well, let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example? They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternative solution to this conundrum? No, but... Fine, let's hear it. I won't interrogate you how you have access to the things that even us Inquisitors don't know about, at least not right now. Ferro Muerto, Dead Lighthouse. That's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline, is it not connected to the land? I think it used to be until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be a means of access? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. And even you don't trust the Aegir? I don't see any reason why I shouldn't. I understand the Iberian mistrust of the Aegir is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Sentiment. Inquisitor Irene, what do you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operator? If you're talking about the Caucasus, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust. Not that you had felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought, I have no history of feelings for or against the Aegir. Such must be the same for outsiders. What's she on about? She's saying she's not racist, Heathcliff. She's conveying that in the manner in regards to mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be a benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door, while Rhodes Island will have a chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is obtained. What? You're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? Well, there certainly are aspects to the vessel that draws interest. I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Humble bragging there fast yet again, my beloved. We are in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests align exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in this strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city. It would have taken them like what, 3, 4 free distortion hunts for us to come. It was 3, 4 distortion hunts to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle you with this, mayors. Please lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. When you say almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands, at least when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an operable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. Wow, I wonder what expert technicians we got here. The technology is based on the completely divorced from the popular application of originium technology. So as though anyone here can work on it any more, then you needn't worry about that. Here we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus Company skills. I can also work on the simpler tasks. I learned a thing or two helping out Graham, stuff about the lighthouses and various tech stuff. Well, then should we all head to the lighthouse together? No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amiya will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just gonna go off on your own? Yes, to join the Doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Amiya and Stoddy remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something else out there that's taking over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely supposition. Amiya, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there's a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun. I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but... Answer me this. Are there any limitations to the revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do know that the battle efficiency deprecates with prolonged battle due to the mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. Amiya, use the communicator to alert me as soon as you're able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. Dante, prepare for suffering. Good luck. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay. As long as you're not taking everyone with you, it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. Machine! Band. Is this who we're leaving? Then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then let us commence the mission. Vessel Amasis retrieval. Righto, step one of the plans, the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done. Let's go. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Unless you ask, just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump into action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. But thanks, Otis, for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Stoddy, who had already finished the first step of the plan. We were about to move on to the step two immediately. Oh! This is fun so far. Our beloveds. Oh, is it gonna be a dungeon? Probably not. Clear of 15. Operation Lighthouse Retrieval. Let's go. How many sinners die this time? Time to find out. After a while carefully sailing on Stoddy's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Even in its dilapidated ruined state, touches that are once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construct of the lighthouse. Some even call these lighthouses guardians of Iberia. It retains grandeur of the era as it was built during its golden age. You know everything, don't you? It is as she said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the penal battalions of the penal battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We are literally about to walk into one. Don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders? I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say something pretty concerning. She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. Fucking bullying Sinclair. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take very long. Yusang suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarred even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. Someone's gonna have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe one or two more people should stay behind just in case? No, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what is she trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can't handle this area alone, which is why she is okay with staying behind alone. Thanks for the explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. We'll be right back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was that the lighthouse were bound shut by strange blue tissues. It reminds me of the L-Port branch back at Ucorp though, the one that was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry to open this door? While I move over, I'll pull it from the right side. You grab the left end. We'll pull together 1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3... Something's off here! What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. The flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it's torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this open. Well, what now? The strange flesh tissue growing on the gates is sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Thought he might be able to open the door with her incredible strength, but... Should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors from sinking the raft. So we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. Hey, that's actually kind of... So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration. It's different from those, sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of the day that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see, a faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. And through that opening I see light. I reach out, opening, and I see Stoddy being born from a very, very warm gaze. Stoddy? Powerful imagery clashes onto me like the waves. Stoddy, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Stoddy, who flaunts her flowing locks. It's Stoddy, the singer, humming in a warm, low voice. Beyond the fringes of recognition, Stoddy's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is... Dante, are you alright? Is he just fucking making an ego? I'm good, and I don't think we'll need a sin for Stoddy. Huh? What? Hey, Ishmael. I never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What, an ego? I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we are ever gonna have a practice run with those ego whatever it is. Seems to me our manager found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once more. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded? Actually just straight up using an ego like this. Don't look. The anchor! Unrestricted thigh view of Ishmael. Stocks are good, gang! Huh? Cracks in the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what was the part where you... What? The part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that! That is most fascinating, that an ego could be drawn here in lieu of the mirror Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amiya's subconscious mind. There was this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Amiya's emotions attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Stoddy. All I needed were memories and emotions that I can use to understand the being that is Stoddy. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you're able to draw something from me as well, Dante. This is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called ego. Verily, of course, Limbus company ego is quite distinguished. Why is there not? It feels like there should be music here. Verily, of course, Limbus company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego, which are bloomed from within oneself. That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet it matters not whether young Mears and young Emil learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrates the outer wall, several of them in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is certainly not the city. Ugh. Ain't it better let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I am convinced. I am convinced! Do as you will then. I need that as a reaction image. I need that as one of those Limbus company reaction images. I am convinced. Fast reply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego, Tyrene, and Mayors anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet, slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So there were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terror from the sea are all converging around Stoddy, which means our only roadblocks are the sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's get this lighthouse back. I love it when they actually use the ego in the stories. Ishmael, I got a new outfit for you. Put it on now. Oh, it's not a chain battle this time. Intriguing. That's a lot. Yeah, Faust, you're the one that's targeting you. Greg, deal with that. Chicken Man. Deal with that. Ishmael, deal with this. Oh, it's you. You little rat. Focus in on that one. We'll let Faust will block. We gotta kill more Lovecraftian monsters. Damn, barely a fucking tickle. Reap nutrients. God. I played so much like IS fucking stuff. I'm just like I'm just getting flashbacks to the opening stages where I have to kill like a bajillion of these fucking dogs. And what was it? IS-4 was the Seaborn one, which was a pain in the ass. I don't think I've ever actually. No, I beaten it once. I beat it once. I beat it a few times. I did not do a great job. I beat a IS-5 at least once. All right, we got staggers. All right, Faust, deal with that. Struggling, hopeless. You're not a tank. We're gonna try and kill that thing. I want Ishmael to try and kill that one. If it doesn't die, it's fine. Actually, we're gonna put Chicken Man on this one. On this one, we're gonna try and get him a store kill on one of them. Those two can handle that. All right, go. Damn. Staggered. In hell. In hell you go, beast. Don't you nibble on them. Very rude. Oh wait. Didn't he get rid of nervous impairment with his fucking defense because it gets rid of negative effects? That could be interesting. Anyways. That dog. Power counter. Deal with that. That's 3-0. Deal with that. Deal with that. Deal with that. Unopposed? Well, if it's unopposed, then might as well deal with that. And that'll be fine. Faust ain't doing so hot in the department of health. Does that guy not have a stagger bar? No, he does. I just didn't see it pop up because my brain is smooth. My snakels. All right. More. How many are fucking in this? 25. Okay. Targeting him. Okay. Faust, deal with that one. You do that. We're gonna pop your ego. You go there. You go there. You two killed that guy. It should be fine. Because he has Lord Dart, so that should pop in. Faust will take one and Lord Dart will take the other one. Whoever it decides to use. I will avoid using win rate, but I don't think it would really hurt to use it. I think they very much did design. They probably. I'm not expecting a super crazy difficult boss for the final boss for this whole thing. I am kind of sad that this event is just like one and done. You're not gonna be able to play it again. Even the one in the mirror dungeon, which I will probably do off stream. My runs in the mirror dungeon are peculiar. Alright, Faust! Deal with that dog. Do that. Defend up. That one's almost dead. Actually, leave that one. Let Faust kill that horrid beast, and those two can rip it to shreds. Oh, you. Make sure that one's dead. Faust built different. Faust has way too much nervous impairment. Faust has been eating a bit too much. Potential woman, good. Next wave, fresh faces. What is this? What spawns in an active state in battles? When another sea brand unit becomes active and damageable. When this unit drops to 1 HP from damage trigger and removal. Oh. I see. So there's. What the fuck does this do? Centers on top of another sea brand at the end of the turn take fixed damage equal 5 and gain 3 nervous impairment. Greatly increasing the. Holy shit! They really just brought the fucking sea brand. I hate it. Stage 1 sea. Okay. Stage 2. I see. So I need to slap this to get rid of that. Okay, that's gonna be fun. Dang, what's this? Okay, that's the stacked with another sea brand. That's cool, damn. Literally just brought it in, huh? I need to check what Lord Dart does again. I forget what triggers Lord Dart. Is this unit inadequate and is about to take them apply one Lord Dart? Okay, so don't use a defense still. Alright, Faust. Flash with that one. Do that. Do that. We did not roll super great for our skills. Let's see. Okay, yeah. We'll leave those two to attack. Wait. Okay, we need let's hit this one. We stop that one and Lord Dart that one. And make sure we do some killing. Go. Luckily, Faust, who has a lot of the nervous impairment, is fucking fast, so should not be affected by the growth at the start. Yeah. Faust is really close to being hit by that. Why didn't Lord Dart go? I don't fucking get how Lord Dart works. Alright, that's cool. That's cool, that's cool. Alright, Val says, Pittance, kill that guy. Honglu, break that open. Leave that one alone. Yep. Penance for your sins. Oh, you activated your super. Very good. I hardly keep track of it when it happens with him, so it's always a pleasant surprise because he's fucking insane. I wanted to just chill out and enjoy this. Oh, mission accomplished. Unzoned. Good job, Faust. How much? We don't have 1,000. What do you do? Tidal energy. Sinking, gloom, sinking, okay, sinking and trimmer. Nifty. Also, exposed to Ishmael Thigh, very rare. Very powerful. Tickets. Tickets that could be used. We'll get to that. Game? Game. Let me back in. Clear within 15 turns. Rough tides. Oh boy, a new Seaborn. Nether Sea Spewer. Oh boy. They really went all within all the Seaborn. Yeah. I see why they said that there wasn't going to be an another intervalo. This really is as much work as an intervalo. In the railway. Another fight. What do you do? Oh. Nervous impairment and sinking. He's an artillery piece. Kill him. Yeah, alright, fine. You know what? That's okay. Let's do that. Actually, this is a pretty good loadout for first turn. Make him suffer. Yeah, I wanna shut down those spewers as much as I can. Cool. I'm glad that Reap Nutrients doesn't do horrible damage. Oy. What do you guys think of the collab so far? I'm rather enjoying it. I probably might have enjoyed a few things more if I was more familiar with the Seaboard stuff, but I really haven't gotten to that part of the story in Arknights. I still need to beat Patriot. I still haven't actually gotten to the fight where where you kill Patriot. But I don't. So I got caught up and sort of burnt out of Arknights due to events. All right. So I want you dead. You get parried. You do that. You do that. This, and this. I think this will work. Deal with as many of these fucking goobers as possible. These gluttonous beasts must perish. You want a frenzy? Try again, idiot. Alright. How many do we have this time? 25 again. They really are just sending in the waves. No, I don't want to do that yet. Oh, wait, no, it was fine. Do that. Do this. I want to get Horsey Man's stacks back up. Yeah, do that. Yeah, get his silly buff up. So if he dies, well then he just gets to nuke the battlefield. Ugh. Oh, hi Jello. You not a bot? Cool. We just had to kill one recently. How are you? Oh, yeah. You passed the passport inspection. Was it evil? It was evil. It was trying to get me to buy things. Disgusting. Please, buy viewers, please. I also see the devil over here, so we're gonna try and kill it. Do that. Do this. They'll do that. That one's fine. Horsey Man, go here. Snake Man, help out there, and then Snake Woman, slap that one. Good. AI bots are evil. Only the ones that show up in my chat. There may have been more than just the one. It is like a tool, but these fucking rats don't leave me alone. Only if you program it to be good. I don't know. The ones I've made, some of them are good. Others not. Other ones not so much. I've made evil. Oh. What? Is something wrong with my actions? It's only. If you ever see a Zyla AI chatbot, I probably made it. I just haven't made it yet. And that's how I'll get my promotions, baby. I need more. Deal with that. I think Mr. Hong Lu can smack that aside. I mean, you do what you want. Free will, yeah. I get good reviews. It's fine. Who's attacking him? It's you. After the incident with the last Lord Dart, I'm not risking it. Yeah, but I mostly keep it separate. That is the unfulfilled fantasy parts. Or chibi mode, hell yeah. Dealing with these horrible fish. Big head. Oh god. I actually remember as a kid, when I played Torok, I would make my brother put in the big head fucking cheat code because I thought it was always so funny when I played that game. It's like the PlayStation Turok. Game devs aren't as funny as they used to be. Why don't modern games have big head mode, huh? Why are they cowards? There's the artillery piece again. Can someone please see to its demise? You will see to its demise. It's fine. Deal with that, deal with that. Deal with that. That's just a counter, so that should be fine. Chicken Man, actually... Yeah, no. Chicken Man, you stay hopeless, so we make sure that thing's dead. Swap it over to that one. I've yet again in the realm of being a marketable plushie. Tormented for my sins. Kill this coral spewing bastard. Send him to hell, Honglu. Oh, I guess Yiseng wants to do it. I thought that thing was about to not die, despite being at 7 health. It's so fucking mean. And that would have drove me up the fucking wall. Like, come on, if you're gonna get hit by the still 3, get hurt at least. Okay, we're at the end. We're at the end of the fucking tarnage. Our nervous impairment grows. Alright, Faust, do this. We're gonna try and like dogpile this creature. The other sinners, deal with these. Try to kill that one. Try to make sure that one's dead at least. Big boy is the major threat. Maybe I should have put the still 3 from Ishmael on him. It's fine. We'll stagger him next turn. We'll jump him. Oh, the nervous impairment triggered. That's why he took so much damage. Faust, kill the dog. The Sea Terror puppy is not puppy shaped. It is not in fact a puppy, it is a monster. Kill it. Okay. So you need to hit that. Everyone hits this one. The chicken can hit that one. And that one, fine. Radian can kill it. She's hungry. Once she's hungry, you know what happens there. Someone dies. They seem pretty susceptible to slashing, which is pretty good. Now we have this guy. Just kill him. It's not even worth it. Just kill him. It's one die. I know. It's not worth doing it for everyone. Set it the damage. It's the same. Whatever. Faust finished the job. He hasn't earned my respect, the care enough to select each sinner for him. He gets beaten to death. The nuke was ready. It had to be done. Oh. Oh. Okay. We have enough lunacy for another pull. Let's go, baby. Please give me one. I'm losing. I'm losing. The Fabled Knight. Clear stage. Oh, are you about to fight Tide Knight? Is that the boss? Are we about to fight Tide Knight? Oh no. There were no more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, the control room was unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged. Faust shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. Yixing was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Then I'll radio the doctor. Let's... A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom and debris begin to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. Ah! The floor's giving way. Oh, what's going on out there? Something ran against the eye of Iberia. I see art shattering to the ocean's surface, the sheer explosive force turning water in the mist. And it's charging at us again. As Yixing noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Then we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse head. The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It'll only take some finishing touches to have its light shine again, which I can handle. So I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I'd much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about the Seaborn before. The fables, the legends say that he's the last knight, and those stories have any grain of truth in them. You're gonna need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. Better prepare for a few days of interrogation once I bring you into the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to mares. We have to put a stop to that knight somehow. It is the fucking Tide Knight, this motherfucker. Why are you here? Waves press high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know this isn't gonna be easy. Not this motherfucker. Come on! Jesus. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day he stopped feeling the sense of life between his breaths. Thus he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. And the Seaborn Knight wields a great lance against surfaced sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsion, but he does not stop. You obstinate progress in covered lands. This is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terriers don't necessarily seem to be on the same time. Perhaps some diplomacy might be a viable solution here. Try to overcome the knight. Go. We are not the seas, we are not its waves. The night straight line falters with doubt. Waves are the only things that hold any meaning for them. Okay. So we got him a little weakened. Oh, Mother of God. Okay. We got some pretty good rolls. Yeah. Yeah, do that. I want... We'll get more on the next turn. Actually, what? I want to make sure he has Strider Wu up. Oh, he did some aggro, so yes, I did want it up. Yeah, do that. Give me Gluttony up now. Let's see how the fucking Sea Knight is. The Tide Knight, I mean. This... Come on, I've used you to help me in IS before. And I killed you in IS before too. It's not that bad. Okay, the chicken didn't do much. Owie. Man, you're supposed to be trying to kill the ocean. Why are you attacking us? I'm excited to work alongside Limbus Company. Thank you, Amiya. Cold. Oh, he makes us fucking cold. And it makes us slow. Oh boy. Deal with that. We'll leave that one. Do that. Faust will deal with that one. Fight! Slay the beast! Appears that we did not get enough gluttony either way. He is very tough. He has a lot of protect, I see. Oh. Okay. Where do you get your protection from? Turn off the fucking hints. Is it a passive? If this unit has low morale, have them out. If this unit is Sarapant, it does not gain protection. Okay. And it has low, and his morale is lowered, so okay. Deal with that. opposed. Okay, I guess Faust will be blocking that one. Go! This motherfucker. Frozen. Oh, what the hell? Frozen. Jesus. Staggered. Okay, very cool, man. Sinner's relentless soul upon Cyanite is slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the night, told loneliness rides his bellow insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets our hymns, giving us no time to answer the question. Someone has a stand their ground. Odds. Okay, you have the best odds. Do. Remove frozen from all allies. Thank God. You're gonna do that. Let's see. All right. Okay, he's weakened for a turn. Trigger, leave that one. Flash win, flash lose. Do that one. Go there, chicken man. I want bonk redeem, but don't listen to me, it's just a suggestion. I do have a bonk emote. Like that. Twitch? Oh, great. Yes, Twitch is fucking breaking on me because I wanted to click on my own fucking emote. One moment, I'll just refresh the page. I know a redeem would be more fun, but I want to bonk you. It's like bonking. Okay. Yo. Don't mind sinners. Ah, ads. Horrible. Faust, hold strong. No, I'll be back in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I wish you luck. Oh, he is so close to being staggered. Oh, Lord Dart. Actually triggered. I am confused on what causes that to fucking trigger. Is it only... Stills, passive, Lord Dart. Where is Lord Dart? Combat start. It's about to take him out. I don't fucking know. Anyone that can't wait for long to me, you got a problem. But don't worry, we suffer together. Friendship. Friendship forever. Alright, go. Kick his ass. He got staggered. Okay. We'll do a turn of damage. Chicken Man's doing all out. Staggered. Damage. Would have been nice if we got some more higher damaging stills, but that's fine. Yep. This will be fine. I don't see anything else I would have changed, so. Kick his ass. Faust is staggered. They're getting frozen from hitting him. Fuck, it's just like, come on, you gotta kill him or the next turn's gonna be really bad for us. Oh, what are you doing, man? Someone died. Oh, he died. Oh, is there? You're cheating. We were winning. You fuck, unclashable. Cool, man. Cool. Our chicken boy died and now Ryoshu's here. Alright, welcome back from the void. We're about to get fucking yoinked by this boss. I feel robbed. The knight rides upon the violently weaning sea. Lance raced skyward. The knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. Sorry, I programmed him to be unfair. Yeah, that sounds about right. It was, you know, it felt fair until, you know, it's just like, oh, you beat him? Well, his health is back, and now he's making an attack. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand toward the knight. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency of the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves, Dofor's legs, not his lance. We have to stop the knight's charge. Who can stop it? Honglu. Fuck! Since on the path, pay the price. Beasts all the same. It'll be fine. Lance Stain's 3 haste. Aw. It's fine. It's just 3 haste. We're very fast. Faust, fluid sac. For love of God, please, fluid sac. You know what? I'm gonna have her retreat. So we can bring in some help and give everyone buffs. Oh, God. He's actually favored. Do that. Offset that. Defense. Do that. Get some healing on the gang. We need it. Oh, he doesn't have protection this time, so we're actually dealing straight damage to him. Alright, that isn't as bad. Haishu, take his balls! Don't die. Right. Alright, he's not the concussion. We got a few lads not doing great. It'll be fine. If Honglu dies, that's just gonna activate his fucking mega death ult. Okay, helpless. Do that. Struggling. We need to make sure. Okay, Faust, do that. Do that. We need to make sure he loses these so he loses his fucking sanity and we can win these clashes easier. Go. Towards staggered. Use your shield, man. You have a shield, that's what you're for. The frozen stuff is so fucking annoying. Thanks, boss. Thanks. Really cool. Didn't you? Do you not have the fucking... Is the spear gone? I know I triggered it earlier, so it should still be there. What does that do? Tarnished blood. My man, you are supposed to be using your thing. No. Faust is dead, which really fucking sucks. Okay, you're about to die. Okay, we can lose Otis, that'll be fine. Did he just not have a stagger bar? Oh, there goes Ishmael. Mayor? Really cool, man. All right, go for it. Do the kill mode, man. It's all on this. That's it. The knight rides upon my lights race sideward towards the sea. We want to stall him for a good second. Okay. Stop his charge. Wrath, Lust. Do we have anyone who has an advantage? No. Heathcliff, you do it. Slay the ocean when it becomes slashable. Okay, so stands firm. High pitched cry. Say something. Dawn. Fuck. Struggle passive. Apply one. Oh, okay. Fate's favorite child. Really cool. Oh my. Man, one hit, inflict one cold against the attacker once per skill. Oh my lord, that's such fuck off, man. The backup gang is fucking here. Try to tank it. Ah, my nose is stuffy. Cool. Cool, boss. Oh, don't fucking give me that, you fucking asshole. Wow, that was a long fight. Why am I down here now? Why did I get moved? What the fuck? Oh, I know why. There we go. Chibi mode was fucked up. I need to fix that. I had to put a cooldown on it now because otherwise it will break stuff if people use it too often. Where is it? A chibi. Cooldown. $30. There we go. That way it won't break stream. All right. I was expecting Tide Knight to be the hellish bastard I gotta deal with. All right. Damn. Okay, cold. Turn still activation nullified at 1 HP. Slay the ocean, slay the ocean. This wouldn't be. Look, this wouldn't. I get it. Okay. This is really bad. When hit, inflict 1 cold against the attacker. Well, how am I supposed to manage that? Day 8 protection. Inflict 1. So essentially, when he went to second phase, he was inflicting 2 cold per turn, per attack. Okay. So what I'm guessing with his bullshit is that I need to only fight with like half the team. I need to fucking... They're gonna get frozen. It's fucking inevitable. Let's make sure I have my ego options. Your ego. Attacking flowering wedges. Does it go away? How long does it take before it just goes away? Expires upon death or retreat. Yeah, no. Did it go away because Ishmael retreated? Okay. Yep. Step back. Tide Knight this motherfucker. It's just some bullshit. I love being cold, but this is fine. Yep, do that. Alright. Do this, do this, do this. Do this. I got pretty close, so I don't know if I need to worry about it too much. I gotta make sure he loses this one. So, do that. What I'm gonna do... This will be fine. Let's see. Okay, gain cold from that. But if Faust blocks an attack, will she also gain another cold? Okay, even gains told from unopposed attack, so I just have to not attack him. So I can at least stagger the frozen procs, which is really annoying. So I know, yeah, I know it's a high priority game. Do that, but what if I do, you know, like skill blocks? Just defend. Unopposed. You need to deal with that one. Block that one. There. Try this. Okay. So Hong Lu and Faust actively make it harder on themselves because their attacks count as multiple stills, so they get hit by cold multiple times in a turn. Which is just fucking annoying. Yeah, stand their ground so they can get unfrozen. Go, chicken man. Faust, do you have... You do. Alright. Do that. Do that. No, you need to actually deal with that one. Those two need to be countered. I have to make sure he loses this fucking sanity. I'm actually gonna have to avoid using assist defense with this fight. Go, Rooster. Burn him alive! Ugh. Yeah, do your frozen bullshit. Horseman is horsemaning it up, which is really good. Yeah, do that. You need to activate that. Do that. No, more less sanity for you. Lose more of these slashes. The faster you get staggered, the better. You bastard. You get it. You have pretty little animations, and that's why you have to have red coins. Gotta get that money. Alright, he has no fucking sanity, so we have good flashes this turn. So much so that I will let Faust have one as a gift. Chicken Man? Oh, you're not clashing with that one. Which one were you clashing with? Yeah, clash with that so his sanity stays in the fucking gutter. Actually, do that. Do this. I don't want them to get more ice. I don't want you to get frozen. So I don't have you. I don't see if you get cold even though you're power darting. And hope this fucking works. Doctor's very own. Thank you, Amiya. Okay. Stage 1 is done. It's time for stage 2. Unflashable. Really cool. You know, if it's unflashable, I think the best option then is to do this and then like just do all of that. I'm also gonna see if her retreating gets rid of his fucking thing. If it does, bullshit. Well, let's see. We'll do this. Try to minimize the damage. Torch Sinclair would die. Trust. Stall him for a second. Alright. Let's try this one. Oh, it just fucking doesn't give me a chance. No, he still has the thing. Okay. Well, we lost Sinclair, so we got the high shoe now. Now he's gonna do like 2 per. Do that. I'm gonna avoid those 3. We'll have those 3 for Clash. The other 3, try not to. They have good skills out, so I want them to use them. Oh my fucking god. See, even their skills that they use when they come in is also giving them told. This whole fucking boss hurts Haishu pack really. It might not be worth using them, but I don't really have another team as good as them without some investments. Horseman! Someone's gonna get frozen this turn. Just gotta live with it. Probably Honglu. Yi Sang is about to get frozen. And Honglu. That's why we reserve people to not be frozen. We need to make sure at least 4 aren't frozen at a time. Okay. Like this. Even better with Faust. Alright, so Faust, you deal with that. You will get frozen after using it, so I cannot rely on this. Do that. Do that. Do this. Yep. People are going to get frozen. Hopefully this will be fine. Faust is going to get frozen. Someone's gonna die. Nope. The sheep ranch are holding their own. I'm getting a better idea of this boss. Okay. The last chibi one wore off. Get me out of here. Not supposed to be small and marketable. There we go. Okay. 5 attacks, so we need to do 5 clashes. We can't clash that one. Very cool. Yours is the... yeah, this is the still 2. This... wait. You know, maybe he can do it. We're gonna have to... we're just gonna try and have you defend. Try not to die, buddy. There we go. His thing ran out. Or did it? I don't fucking know. He didn't die. Okay, we're doing way... yeah, we got this better. I managed the cold mechanic better. If I lose... bad luck at the draw. Stop the Knight's charge. Reissue? Okay. Alright. Struggle past the Danes, the Knight's Torpus. What's the Knight's Torpus do? The Knight's Delusion. Okay. Never mind. The Knight. Take plus 80% damage. Okay. Wait. Damage rush him. He doesn't. He's not gonna have protection. Damage rush him. Yeah. We're faster than him, so we will get the attacks off first. We'll kill him. Go. Ishmael's free attacks coming in to get herself instantly frozen. Just kill him. There we go. There we fucking go. That was a tough fight, but it sounded cool. That hit the Dark Souls, man. I hate fucking fighting this. Hey, I won. You know, that wasn't so bad. I just had to think. I just had to use my brain. I'm out of rounds. The lamp's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS. I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. Nope. The lighthouse, not so much. What difference does that make? The sinners were reeling from the battle against the enemy, who was more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us as much time to breathe, the knight fixes his spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to draw us, as I quickly begin to rack my head with a desperate wish, what can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Another ego, baby! Wait, is this just like... And from the dark, the light shines again. I reach out towards it. Unlike the familiar from it, which was entirely powerfully unsteady, a single image which I saw this time was unfamiliar. What I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Kazmier's Mez. Horse Poland! Mjolnir! This place is filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, in an arena in which the test one's medal. Don Quixote would love Kazmier's. Don would love horsemen, but the one in Mimia's thoughts sits far from all its glory. In a very mundane-looking office, he wears a well-kept set of clothing, while his eyes are, with the slightest squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer glories? Don didn't get an ego. No, it was... I don't remember everyone who got an ego. I know this is Gregor. Wait, no, he's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is... Yes, there's just the one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the night shard, split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, Manager Bud. Let's do this. Hell yeah. Rest assured, this sword, this honor, and this glory won't be tarnished. The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our directions as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant, creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean's horizon. Mayers has completed the repairs. The light returneth to its house once more. Silence. All Mayers is saying something. Like Otis said, Mayers was peeking out of the window and shouting something at us. The vessel Masas is still near shore, somewhere in the coastal sea. It's moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit distance away from the village toast. Confirmed, all radio Dr. Tull said immediately. Phew, that was all doing it all, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again? It destroys it. I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This will be a problem. Don Quixote, wait, don't get too close to it. It's too dangerous. Before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the seabourn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed, before asking in an energetic tone, "O mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" Don? Raconante. Wait, she can communicate with him? Oh, 'tis quite the coincidence, then my noble steed is also named Raconante. One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say. Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It has served me well over the countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Mlar. It was not the waves are darker, more raucous. Perhaps there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night, I and my compatriots are now embarking upon adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Pray thee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. The knight and his steed Rocinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist, seaborn who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, Don Quixote? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When were you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Mine apologies. While Don Quixote returned the knight with a bizarre conversation, Amiya raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What? Dr. Tulcid, is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel Massas. They're already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor is an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Tulcid told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Stoddy and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Stoddy listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel, Massas. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball. Oi. Jesus. Fast, good fucking work, Jesus. That was an uncomfortable fight, but brain power. That'll probably be the worst of it. Clear the stage. Oh, we're about to fight Fabius again. Don't you hide him. This is the doctor. Researcher. This is the doctor. Researcher at Rhode Island. Oh, what is he gonna look like in the art style? Nice to meet you? He looks virtually unchanged. When I, after everything we went through, finally had a chance to meet the doctor at Rhode Island, I realized I've been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like he's saying, Faust or Hohenheim from LCE, but the first impression of them was similar to that I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus company. That ticking just now was nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for the accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amiya, actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amiya. Sorry, manager, but can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes a verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetitions of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands of a clock. I don't know, something about the way Marisol put it sounds worse. Don't worry. It's not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let's move on to the next steps of the plan. Next steps? Thanks to Limbus Company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel Knossos and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves in the inside bridge control room. Are we about to do another suicide run? Well, it may seem as though they're hiding. I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, they're waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack. Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as their reinforcements are probably more sea terrors. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Limbus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius, and Amia and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Cultsit and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior. At the pre-designated locations, I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces darting every single one of them, especially here. The hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see. But on a closer look, looks like Commanding Officer Otis is finally in her environment. Not any questions, Major? But I double-clicked. I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. Really? I saw you commanding the sinners earlier, and you seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, and they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot. He's identifying exploitive weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. The Doctor is a tactician. He's not a grand strategist. Not the Doctor, I meant Dante. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating in fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of the manager Dante's obligations. Even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is, at least that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. They're saying you're not good enough to really be in charge, Dante. Not yet. Having finished her discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Is something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If your strategizing's done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mayers? Too much to ask what to face with, then you need not follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The Doctor's gonna update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close by to you. I will. Hey, if Gramps... Is there anything you'd like for us to do? It's nothing. Is there something you want to tell him? Contact us through communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can. What if the negotiations break down? Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone! Leaving Mayers behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed the Rhodes Island team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness, wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we had sought to harm you then, how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Ferro Myrtle? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the backs like cowards, and you want us to believe that? Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you're just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Being one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of life, and one day your misunderstandings will end and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The Doctor seemed to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amia stood opposite Fabius. Incoming. Get ready, everyone. Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. Their strategic formation prioritizes reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rhodes Island's operations were certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. We don't need to protect when we can just keep fighting over and over. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is, trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out. Don't need to be scared if you can just be ripped to fucking shreds and brought back. Alright, is this chain or focus? Okay, it's focus. We're not getting frozen again, which will be awesome. We gotta make sure to kill that guy. Actually, Faust, deal with that because your counter does a lot of damage to them. Horseman. That is an attack. It is also counter 1. Do that. The Radian, do that. You do that. You do that. You can do that. Just get our 5 gluttony. I need to make sure the spewer is dead. Or as close to dead as we can get it. You know, look. Going with the usual isekai plots of Arknights. To be fair, if I came to the city, to the world of Arknights, I think I'd rather live in Arknights. There are better places to live than in the fucking city. Even if thou art poor. Let's see. Yes, thank you, Zilu. Do that, Faust. No, Chicken Man's unopposed, unfortunately. You deal with the spewer. Finish that off. I need to get his big ol' buff up. I just realized it's called a slider. Why is it called a slider? I mean, I guess it's self-explanatory, but still, that's a funny name. Give it a concussion. Swift, cultists of the deep. Not swift enough. Whip their balls off. Rip their tentacles off. Steadfast, but you're faster than the swift one. Intriguing. Ah! Are you the beastly creatures? All right. What do I need for your thing again? I need loom, which you're self-feeding. Do this, Faust. Do that. Do that. Do that. Yeah, Faust doesn't have the counter thing ready. Try to kill them. Put more damage on him. Yep, this works. Chill. Jesus. Sorry I'm not yapping. My nose is getting stuffed. It always happens when I fucking have to read a lot. And I've just been enjoying myself. It's a chill day. I don't have the madness kicking in. Okay, there's a going to be multiple ways. So, okay. You do that. You do that. You do that. And you do that. You do that. Throw this on them. And then do this. This will be enough. Kill this beast. We got everything we needed for a very, very nasty turn. I wonder how like the Arknights players that are coming to this event are feeling about the combat if they haven't played Limbus before. But it is a very different game. Okay, so we got another turn for this. Yep. Let's see. Faust, do this. Hongler, do that. Just do that. Yeah, do this. I'm sure she'll perish. So close. Literally just so close to just one-shotting them with their counter. And it makes me so sad that it is not the case. Get his buff up. Cut down and trample. Clean the floor. Activate the Roomba. We're literally just left one die alive. Alright, then we're gonna do this. If you have a buff stack for you know, defending, then might as well hit it now and let everyone else beat up the seaboard. Oh. You know. Alright, Mr. Fabioso Man. I hope you're ready. Because we are, and you are not, because we are awesome. We're gonna leave that one untouched. There. We'll do that. Actually, make sure that one's dead. I want to make sure that guy's dead. At least. We're ready, Mr. Man. We kicked your ass in the first round when you had to jump on us. Birdman violence, Joe. Not a lot. That's fine. Alright. Faust, chop their balls off. Very good, Fausto. Very good. Let them know the suffering of their actions, yes? Do this. Do that. Do this. Do that. Do this. Oh. Guardian, deal with that. Actually, who's this? It's our snake boy. You deal with that. Leave that one open. You do this. More concussions. Ah. We have our conditionals up for our snakels, so they're actually in a pretty good spot. Come on, Drager Rodian. Time to do your crit damage fun. Come on, Fabius, you got something hiding, or are you or is this just your final send-off? Oh, you brought dogs. I don't much care for that, really. Do that. Deal with that. Kill him. Yeah, Faust will deal with that. I want you dead. I want you dead. Okay, that's good. Let these horrid creatures meet their fucking demise. The horse is doing a full all-out baby. Oh, I think he got staggered. Oh, Ishmael's so close. I think he had another attack on him that'll probably kill him. Rodian getting in the backhanded slap. It's like, bleep. Mission accomplished. Ah. They're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again, using sea terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The sea terrors and Toltis are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives and ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and tortured by the sinners in Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Nowhere left alone, Fabius. I understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. A voice echoes from underneath the dark sky. Mares? Oh no. Mare's appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approached Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looked down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. You gotta be kidding me. Not the twist. Not the betrayal. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you'd still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. It will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it is time. Devour me. But Fabius blurted out threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayor's true allegiance. You people? Oh, looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I heard it's a pretty common thing in District 23 backstreets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I just look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker seaboards willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experience and nutrients with them. This is commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. The time is here. Devour me. Set sail towards your ideal. Sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left for me on this ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a seaborn for a little while. Why? I found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then become a seaborn. So now is not yet the time. If that is your will, O Bishop. Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Mayor waves her hand and sea terrors climb up the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated. Daring a look of suffering or pain wrinkled his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from the scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mayor's. Kel said, is she? Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore did young Mayor's? It wasn't Fabius. Mayor's was the Bishop of the Deep. She looked sad. Why have you done this? What is her? Is she gonna be the last boss? Well, you can't do this to me. This is betrayal. Lights of the city. Does she want to go to the city? They've played us. Don't despair, we still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his Tultis already, and even if they were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey Ager, just what were you think just the entire time as you deceived us? I have a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, that it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us would have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be a better way to approach you. I see how it came across as nothing more than a deception. You're sorry? Damn. Actually saying sorry. Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry. Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Bears, and now you're going to... Wait, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that the geezer was, ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkin? So that was all for our sake, given all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters? I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming Seaborns. But I'm not about to demand that you let yourselves be transformed today, right here, right now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. But I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us should we refuse. That's correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sheet-hair cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? While I was taken aback by the fact that Maris was a bishop of the deep, it was also true that Maris had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius who attacked the sinners directly. While she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us, it's also true that Maris has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until repairs were done as the terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius anyway? Just someone who also once strove to realize that the visions of our ideal worlds, our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as Bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolutions. Cool, so you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after, though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. You want to go to the city? Damn, your life has been rough. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you? This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city, that's all. So I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city. Don't tell me you're going to invade the city all alongside those monsters then? Then the foghorn suddenly blared and the ship shook as it began to move. Vessel losses begin to move. Is this an automated sailing program? The vessel Mosses will now sail toward the dimensional door. I'll let Rhodes Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us to not worry? Faust. Please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined that this is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light and the voice from within is getting clearer and clearer. Why don't we just let... Are you Carmen? Why don't we just let them into the city? The battle thus far has done well enough to demonstrate that the level of danger Seaborn possess, however. I doubt they'll dip very far even if they enter the city. Don't you agree? In Hong Yong, we've all seen what happens when sapient, sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in the case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once the dust settles. It's also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. Your thoughts, Faust? Urban Nightmare, however, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a star of the city-level threat. There is a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Imperitas Civitas classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. But Talsik shook her head absolutely resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither Originium Arts nor any of its derived technologies. And that is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. It is because they learn fast. Yes, those on the front lines of the war against Seaborns stubbornly stick to using traditional low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Then can't we just let whatever unfortunate wings that ends up fighting these? Do take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust, even if they were to be convinced there would be other parties with alternative prospects on the matter, complicating issues. This situation will rapidly grow out of control if the Bat Street syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well, before they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, Mayors? Like giving them a chance to become Seaborns? What are you about? Become Seaborn? She ain't all there. What kind of help is that? Mayors, you know that's no different from the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different. Because someone showered the city with the light. The light. The beam of light from the White Knights and Dark Days incident. How could it be? Becoming a Seaborn is to become a part of a great will called We Mini. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become Seaborn. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes, but the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them toward that evolution. If only the light of the city to become a more tangible, it just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves. Then why is it that you would advocate toward those of the city to join the Seaborns, when one could simply learn more of the light from afore returning here? At first, I thought all I needed was the clue to better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventure changed my mind. My adventures? Oh, Don! You don't understand just how precious you all are. And how would you, when you were born into that kind of world from the very start? A place where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive, and by doing so has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs Seaborn. It needs their tenacious hold to life, their resolute, unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. So that fear is natural because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayors, do you believe that nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhodes Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected, but what come of it? Peace? No, it's the same. But still, we're still getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be the beacon of light that will lead humanity toward a brighter future. But what about everyone who is sacrificed while taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change was marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no reason other than their differences. Some people live on in despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. People are a disease. They're so sick that even in the far-flung future, even on the day that the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every Ager returns to sea, they're still going to bully and hate everyone with pointed ears, labeling them Agers. Even when oropathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and prosecute someone as the infected. People aren't perfect beings. You're right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selfishness. But not when it comes to Seaborn. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress toward a better future built from mutual understanding. Because they are the kind of life forms that seek common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells. A strange shape emerged. A strange shape form shimmers and materializes before Mayor's. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round, and it looked like a tool. It is possible that she had already met the conditions to effluence. A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front? Is she fucking distorting? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of the influences coming from the city? Precisely. The connection to Faust returning to normal levels seems to indicate that. Wait, can people in the other world, I mean mayors, also manifest ego? Internal conflict and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive to this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? The potential to effluence an ego implies the potential to distort as well. You've been dreaming for a long time, Mares, drawing your own picture of an idealized world. Oh boy, I called it. She's distorting. Ah, I need to blow my nose. Oh fuck. You gotta be kidding me, boss. Ah. You've been dreaming for a long, long time, Mares, drawing your own picture of an idealized world. And you have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path toward that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take that leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborn are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing of reality achieving what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well that you are afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the infallible, overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying that this hope could just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Is this something Limbus Company has experienced with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. She's hearing that voice. When that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop, their ironclad will is shattered. People of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is sad that these phenomena are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort oft behave as though they are engaged in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first, I thought it was Tathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that puts all deep contemplations to sleep, so calm and so warm. No. There is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Sunshine? You don't share your interest with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth, ephemeral it may be. Right, we have to become more than just prolonging our existence. What really matters isn't survival, it's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become Seaborn. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mares. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable bridal will continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of the city, and then Terra. Okay, we just can't sit here and let this happen. Operator superposition. Operator's unable to approach. She's surrounded by a strange field. Doctor. Whenever someone would distort, due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too, all the way over in the other world. Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? You're right. If there's no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes. Follow your desires. And paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. Oh! Mare, the yearning floatstrom. Oh boy. I understand that shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city. But we still know so little about Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had the chance to translate my words, Mayor slowly turned to my direction as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilaration tales, and I saw kindness in every word and action of you and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future. An incandescent brilliance burst forth from before Mayor's. Past that light I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping waves, crashing waves, the immense golden brilliance. A portal. Where did it come from? Dungeon of the Fathoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCB department's specialty begins. While what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhode Island's presence. And you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Doctor Tulsit? We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhode Island accepts Limbus's company's cooperation request. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberian's business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry. It's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a dungeon of fathoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that the sea terrors that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll tell Stoddy here. You'll be staying behind then? Amia will go with you, Doctor. Following Mares, who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. If you could have like your own little pocket dimension that was your like ideal utopia, would you create it in Stadoodle? Oh boy, a dungeon. Suppress the dungeon boss. Alright. Well, we're gonna do that. Let me do this. Might as well. We will keep the same team as our usual. I hope this dungeon isn't super long. Oh, what is this? Mares? News of the war getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day when the ocean-born calamity broke and sunk Ager's seemingly infinite starward growth. Aren't you going to the surface, Mare? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in Ager. I'm not. If Ager falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? Think you'll head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. Well, there weren't that many people around me. Well, there weren't that many people around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. But fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to Ager, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not after hearing that such a terrible thing has happened? I think I'll head to the surface. Seriously, the surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. But it's my responsibility to provide help. There's someone who is better off than them, even by a little. I know, but if I don't go there to help, things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe the danger is the very thing that'll hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procured myself an Agirian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out here. I normally wouldn't have even given it a second look. But though it would have at least helped me navigate the coastal sea, I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the Ager. They denied my and Ager's offer to help for the sole reason that I came from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research. Get lost. We don't need your help, you stupid researcher, for the same place as a calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid that we would trust you? They confiscated my catalyst and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible conditions of this land transform them into monsters, or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from the Ager was confiscated out to suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across that vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on the skies, Rebellion de la Masses. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the sea terror's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Nether Sea brand. But my work bore barely any fruit, and I let the days slip by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Ager one by one. When my sea terror samples and research notes came into view, they all looked completely different from one another, some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. For the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution. Their tales were not entirely fabrications. Mayor is a bishop of the deep churches, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reasons. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they care about was their survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They're not some evil monsters from the sea. Mayors, I concede that Seaborn may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are, whether they are kindly life forms or whether they are simply different form of civilization. It doesn't matter, because Iberia and our Inquisition does not define Seaborn as evil. Seaborn are our enemy, threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you, are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it? Why would you say that it's a good thing for us to toss our problem into another world? That'll be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, the people of the city, give you permission, as an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. Yeah, don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box that says compassion for all you want, but Mayors, your course isn't exactly the direction I'd like to sail in. As the rest of the sinners prepare for battle in the silent agreement with Ishmael stand, Mayors mutters with genuine disappointment. I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of sea terrors crashing into us. But this isn't the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your own color and no one else's. Manager Dante, right? Do you speak? We will hold the line and defend this place against the Sea Terrors rushing in from the rear. So in the meantime, can you take down Mares and deal with the remaining Sea Terrors? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. All operators will be drawing the Sea Terrors to us. We don't need to take them all down, we just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Limbus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for your help as well. As for Amiya, please assist Limbus Company, just in case. Okay, then let the mission begin. Alright, so not a super long dungeon. What is this? This looks different. Let's take the bottom row. That arrangement, then you, and you. We should have sated anger. Alright, chain battle. Yep. I need to find out why my nose gets stuffy when I read. It looks like mostly chain battles. That was an effective attack. I don't think I'll buy the Amiya announcer. Your excellent command reminds me of the Doctor's very own. I need to watch the I need to finish up the Arknights anime. I was a bit behind on it. Because I do like it. Okay, you're too slow for it to get the bonus speed, so do that. Wait, is it? Yeah. Do this. I might just win rate the normal fights because I want to finish this dungeon like within an hour. I'll step in if it writes down something explicitly bad. But there's not really much I can do with this team that isn't like blatantly obvious. And then I can, you know, do mirror dungeon off stream sometime. I'll see if I can buy the 20 tickets and try to get some last rolls. I'll at least have enough. I'll at least be able to get a last 10 roll before I suffer and hope I actually get a chance. For once, I'm actually rolling for egos. I usually didn't care. I don't care that much for rolling for egos, but I do want the Faust one, the Faust Tot-Sit one, merely because I just want that one. That looks kind of funny. Yeah, that's the name. Hey, what's that ship called? This. Yeah, that sounds good. Mayor's Fathoms. We come across a town full of sunken remnants and a golden treasure chest that washed up inside. There are all kinds of familiar sculptures and twinkling golden coins. There's a whole pile of treasures here. Hey, the records here say that there used to be a ship that sailed across Terra. It was a ship built for conquest, but built during the golden age of Iberia. Look, it says here that there's a golden chalice made in Sardon. Combined an armada of tall, proud sails, unparalleled technology, in a certain king's greed, and you got this. It's a kind of glory we can barely hope to retrieve now. These items would be extremely valuable outside, but none of them had been very helpful in the situation at hand. We'll take a look just in case. Take a look. You know, if only I can just pop in Rodian's unending greed. I need 3 coins. You take a look, Faust. Oh, thank goodness. Well, this place is only a bridge. And it may not be reality. Irene stares at the compass for a moment, tempted. Before turning around, having said that this probably isn't a real artifact. Gold forged compass. When you do a +1 to seal, he'll fight one using my lose. That's pretty fucking good. That's pretty good. That's actually a really good fucking item. Alright. To killing. Okay, this is not a okay, not a chain battle, so I will fight it normally. Okay. Do that. Leave one of these. All right. Yeah, do that. Faust, you'll clash with it, and then we're just gonna hope that you kill it. If you don't kill it, then you know, our dear little lassie will. Yeah. Get wrecked. Oh, they're just disintegrating now. Get him, my chicken. This should be. All right. Oh. Do that. Faust. This one's the fastest, so deal with that one. Deal with that. Deal with that. Leave that one alone. So this. Yep. This works. Let's see. Do that. Go. The Seaborn Horde needs to, you know, get good, boss. God. Yeah, it was an effective strategy, Dante. It feels kind of jarring that it's like the fucking Arknights artwork to me, and not the artwork they did for Limbus Company Emiya, because I think Limbus Company Emiya is pretty cute. I kind of like it more. Up, 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 up. Killed too good. You do that. Faust, deal with those. Clear those out. Kill them. God, the fucking compass will fucking free protect. Very pog. And attack up, so more damage. Still not enough for Faust to finish the job in one fell swoop. Okay. We're gonna deal with the Roomba. Okay, do that. You do that. I want to make sure he's dead. Horseman, deal with him. Deal with that. Actually, you deal with... No, okay, you can't. Faust, we'll deal with that one. We're gonna send... Radia will hit that. And the Chicken Man can kill this guy. Clear out another seaboard. I kind of want to like try to play through the battles with like just like on the normal difficulty using only like the base the base IDs just to see, you know, how Mr. New Arknights player who just, you know, doesn't like, you know, just isn't doing great. He's just using his starter IDs to commit violence against the seaboard. Seaborn are pretty, and you know, I'm just looking at Seaborn, pretty squishy to stabby. Yeah, just do this. Faust, finish the job. Slay the beast. The Roomba served its purpose. We are near the end. Ah. My jaw is starting to hurt. More beasts! You kill that one. Faust. Kill that one. You. 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 We'll focus in on that one. Yep. This doesn't seem like too crazy. How do you feel, big boy? Not good? Like watching, Hey! You're not supposed to nibble like that. That's mean. Ah! I do kind of dig the story. Also, the concept of, you know, Seaborn invading the city is just sort of like, How would you love these like fucking adaptive aliens that can, you know, fuck with technology? How would you feel if they stole, like, you know, K-Corp ampules, or they already have regeneration, but that might make it worse, or T-Corp technology. You know, they got the time stop ready to go. Let's see. Alright, we need somebody clash with that thing. Actually, how long is this fight? Oh my god, there's so many. Alright, we'll use it. I probably shouldn't have, but whatever. We'll get our checkpoint. We'll whip it out for the final boss and see how she is. Aye. Knuckle. Back pop. Ugh. Ah, I am getting tired. I'm hitting a stride that ain't so great. Kill this guy with that. Faust, do that. Mr. Man, do that. Do this, do this, do this. I think that'll work pretty good. Come on, you're empowered by the horse. You're strong now. What if I just win rate? Yeah, that's pretty decent. However. Who is this? We're gonna... I'll put Gregor there. That's fine. What I want... Yeah, Faust, do that. And we're gonna pull Honglu back here to try and do that. Who's doing it? Yeah. Do that. Oh, those ones can die from Faust's one. I've been targeting the wrong enemy with them the whole fucking time. I was not thinking. The dogs barely survive. Those ones just don't. No. Is she? come on. You're making the team look bad, Ishmael. You're supposed to finish the job. Now Faust has to show you up and kill another Seaborn when you had one on a silver platter. Oh, it just died. Do that. Faust, do that. Horseman, hit this. Rodian, focus on that one. Yeah. That'll be fine. Do that. Oh, wait. Does Lord Dart not work because Faust uses defensive still? Intriguing. I think that's why what was confusing me. Thought it only applied with him. We'll see. Yeah. Really fumbling that. You have one job, Ishmael. Just crack their heads open like coconuts. You didn't have that whole training arc that, you know, for you to fumble it. Oh. Yeah, kill that, block that, and everyone else, jump the unconscious Seaborn. Yeah, do that. God, all the fucking buffs are, all the status effects are piling on. I feel like I'm in a mirror dungeon. But I'm just in a baby dungeon. I'm not in a real dungeon. Ooh. Faust earning that #1 damage slot as per usual. Thank you, announcer lady. I want the middle one. There's a long line of people waiting inside a rundown building. Oh no, inside the people are in hoods are distributing something to visitors. I think the ocean's blessings. No, we only wish to help you sate your hunger even a little. We haven't seen you clearly or travel from Mars to get here. Welcome. Sorry, everyone. Please understand they're new here. People in hoods drug us inside. Not much, but this should hopefully be able to state your hunger. Dried fish, huh? Rin told them fin beasts. Sink them into our bags. Sea Terror jerky obtained. Oh. Ooh. That's pretty good. The center appears to be an art symbolizing the city. At the center of that brilliant golden light must be mares. Let's take a quick break here. Are you alright, Doctor? We just need a quick breather. Whew, you should probably work on your cardio. Missing me, I have to piggyback you around. Yeah, once we get there, I'll start working out like Cull6 suggested. It's taking a matter. If it ever comes to you, you may trust me with the piggyback riding. I'm good. Perhaps maybe close running in Mare's vision, the utopia in the center of light did something. Seaborn Singers only gave us passing glance without attacking us. Something about the way they looked at us felt like they were concerned about us. The Singers couldn't help but look away with a funny feeling. With feel sorrow, dread. These feelings are denials for all the things that time she spent agonizing over this. Did we really go back Miss Mares, we'll help her return. That's what we're here to do after all. Let's get move on. Take a moment to recollect ourselves. Oh, sweet, we got a heal. I didn't think we would get a full heal. No shop, interesting. That's a first. I'm so used to not a first for me. I'm so used to getting like shops in these dungeons. Hi, boss lady. Mare's despair, the repulsiveness of people's ill intent, and the faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amiya's fathoms, then sink again. These same thoughts seep into me as well and filter. The sins that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too, but the tides that Miss Mayer is trying to summon to douse it will devour humanity's civilization in the city they came from. So I don't think that's the right way to do it. Not as long as daunting the people of Limbus Company refuse. This isn't like the time I retreat the ego. In place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. Reach out to the darkness. A strange power courses through me. All sinners gain emotional connection. We have forced empathy. Everyone, please engage in your empathy. On hits against enemies. Oh. An encounter. In an encounter, anyone for someone following ego skills too, which one using. I see. Bonuses for the egos. Alright. We do this. Unflashable. Well, you know what? If that's what you're gonna do, boss. Any other thing I want to use? Yeah. That has conditional, so I want it up. We'll get back to that one. Walks up, stabs self in front of boss. Boss is just like, what the fuck? Interesting music. 10 protect. Aww. 6 damage. Do all that you can to the beast. He's about to tell me I should have defended. No. I didn't do any damage. Oh, hey, you brought Seaborn. Cool. What are these? Oh, you heal from them. So we need to sort of kill them. Alright. Faust? Deal with that one. I want this one dead. Let's deal with the ads. Do that. Fight the orchestral music. Not enough to kill them. Faust. Are you holding back on me? Yeah. Nibble creature. I am not expecting this fight to be worse than fucking Tide Knight. Yes, thank you, Mia. You're horrid beasts. Is there a limit to them? I can't check. Alright, Faust here. Do this. Do that. Maybe I should have tried to stop some other buffs, but you know. Oh, you got fully restored. Intriguing, horrible beast. I probably should have read, but I don't wanna. Reading is for when I have a brain, and I don't want to eat dinner. Ah. He's about to say indiscriminate. It is a clash. Okay, Hongler! Show your power. I have a question. You only get rid of another C brand, alright. Try to kill that guy. Try to hurt that thing. Alright. Hong Lu, show your power. We need it. Yes! Oh no. I'm getting jumped. That really is an expression of fear. Like, I'm getting jumped. Stop. Oh, come on. We're killing more of the beasts at least. Less Seaborn, better times. We need to really stop these fucking buffs. Alright. Do this. Block. Horseman. Stop that. You can't stop any of those. I'm gonna have Faust flash with that one. Hey Gregor, just go ahead and smack that. Let's get rid of that Nether Sea brand. Might as well. Before our sinners have to deal with it at all. That one keeps fucking healing and it pisses me. It needs to die. What are you? The beast is still harmed. Honglu's getting closer to activating his thingy-mabob. I want this thing really dead. Kill those, we'll let Faust flash with that. You know what? Yeah, Honglu, you do that. May all of his destructive buffs kick in. Disgusting creatures. Yeah, we're all altruistic and nice and stuff. It's just like your ants. You're just striping ants. Yeah. Sacrifice our sense of self. Very cringe. Sacrificing your sense of self is very cringe and not a part of the deal. Okay, I don't think I can clash with that one boss. Oh wait, we have somebody who can clash with it, boss. Is that attacking Faust? No? Alright, the Faust will deal with it. Oh, what the hell? What are you doing? You're touching the orb. Stop that. I don't like that. Hey, did you just fucking change the battlefield? You've aged a lot since the last time we met, Fabi. Is this a characteristic of your sub-race? You haven't aged today. So what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seaborn are indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing else can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hands with those who are able and willing to become Seaborn, to search for a way to prolong our existences. You're looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for Seaborn, but that wouldn't do any more than prolong our existences. But is survival alone not enough? I thought a bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me. Fabi, you and I both have put our faith in the Seaborn, but the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborn shouldn't be our object of worship. We have to stand on equal ground as them and set our eyes on their natures. Please step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Mayor's emotions gush up words carried by bubbles. Terra, a land in which hatred for different has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people crushed by the trials of life has surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborn, perfect beneath the light. This is but your wish, Miss Mayers. Faust does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live on, dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't possibly be easy to change, but there has to be some kind of worth, value in that process alone, in the lives we lead within the city. What worth could there be to a life of the unkind? The kind of life humanity is doomed to existence, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another? Listen, efficient order, natural altruism. They're both virtues humanity have never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. But what if there is no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time had passed since I made Farumato my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn evolution seems to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabia seems to have just tinges observing the slow development. Maybe it's because they're directionless without a specific wish. Even still, Seaborn were the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed their survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needed the Seaborn's blind, selfish altruism toward their own. So while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart, stultified and unable to be resolved. If I were to ever lose our sense of selves and creed, assimilate into this stagnant great will, for the sake of survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that the Seaborn were the answer to the problem Iberia, the land, and humanity face, and through the cracks the seeds of doubt were sown. But I had already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborn. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way, some kind of conditions Seaborn need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to return their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop the inundation of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding on to this purpose, hope instilled by shaky cart. And that was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is find a way for Seaborn to hope and wish, to have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra, again and again. But my drifting days come to an end when I found a new path, illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, the day that the faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voices? What? The answer sought through the eons by people I didn't recognize played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke, it was muffled but warm and beautiful. The light of the city? The hearts that were lost and the emotions that were forgotten. The sense of self that... No, that's enough of that, but I'd like to hear more about the light. The light that is sprouted from the 10 virtues. And the image those words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Terra, the city, they both failed to find a way out of this bridle. If they're going to satisfy with living on as they are, then you can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. Survival, worth of life. As if I've never been too certain about either of those things, those complicated ideas. I have no unflinching creed with which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need of altruistic nature Mayers wants to bring there. That's not to say that I have a better answer than the combination of Seaborn and the light. Even still, The emotions, the regrets, the conversations I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners become my answer, and I take on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by the sinners and our adventures. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right. The city is an absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day. But, Mares, that light you spoke of, I don't think that's what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways, the path that lies ahead and the one that you've walked. Then you've confronted them both. That can't be right. The light, it has to. You're just working based on what you've heard about the city and the light. Ain't that right? I can be confident that the light will be able to protect the Seaborn sense of selves. Ain't that just what you want to believe? I think it's a distinct possibility. Even if the light can do what you hope it does, Bears, it won't change anything. Turning our natures kind by transforming us into Seaborn, a convenient method like that, isn't our path. Because the sense of self protected like that, the kind of nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own, it'd be yours, Mayors. Protecting your own sense of self while being a compassionate and kind, it's a path of unbearable suffering. We might fail some days despite our best efforts. Some days we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Verily, not one of us, as we are now, may see the culmination of that path. Yet I can hardly find within myself to simply leave it all in thy hands without so much as trying. You're saying that Seaborn can't be the answer I've always sought? It doesn't make sense if you think about it, Mares. Those sea monsters don't know what self means. That's why they show no hesitation being sacrificed. If you were to induce a sense of self to those sea monsters, that selflessness you want will be no more. She's a Seaborn shaped distortion, who is not a Seaborn, and endlessly anguished contemplating distortion. If Mare's wish is to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborn may be perfect answer for some people. A certain example, Fabius, it seems clear to me that was precisely his wish. But that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Mares. You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much time again in search of that new answer? You won't be alone on that path. Walk it together, relying on one another, and it won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Mares, it's such a prideful thing to do. God damn it. Yeah. If someone knows about that, well, it's our boy, Ogler. Oh, Jesus, how do I deal with this? Okay, yeah. What is the most dangerous? Deal with that. Faust can't deal with any of them. I can't let them hit us unopposed either. We'll do the win rate. We're gonna swap it to this. We're gonna do that. Do this. And then I want Faust to hit this. Alright, Hanlu, you about to go sicko mode? You think you can stop our boy? Activate the ego. Spirit from the heavens. Not great, but it works. Is she? Get our lovely buffs back up at least. They were definitely getting buffed by the Nether brand. Tides carry away the windows from the mayor's past, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as the mayor and the dungeon fathoms know the ocean itself is fusing into one. A majority of distortions encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there's nothing preventing the distortions from breaking that boundary and taking on a different shape, as it may vary by individual desires. If her distortion is allowed to exuberate undeterred, it may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. As we're taking time to detach our breaths, a few small machines tumble on the ground, shot from one of the trembling fathoms. Must be those mysterious machines the mayor's home we saw peered into our memories. We rolled loudly. We saw those various apparatus attached to sockets on their sides. Expensive they appear, yet numerous they are. Now you know. Maybe she's similar to one of those fixer fellows who's always hell-bent on picking up every new cutting-edge weapon tech. It says little handy down here. Just hand of the saint, the Inquisitor thought. The shape is the assistance in our battle? Well, holding the line. We should probably just take one and leave the rest to help out. Ooh. Gain max HD and healing boosts. Infect the Hand of the Saint. Gain safe auto and then stagger. I'll get that. This Shishun, Ishmael. How about this? Ego boosting, baby. I hope I set this up how I wanted to. Oh, we're gonna get hurt by. Oh, I should have gone with the stagger effect because of the fucking thing, the nervous impairment. Look, we got ego resources. We're gonna use the ego resources. I think if she's on like the Nether brand, it probably does not great. Oof. Get lantern, baby. Healing. Come on. Still working through it. Yeah, we should have done with stagger protection. What about this? Well then, Horseman. I don't really have an EO I can use. That would be great. Hexnail. What do I have that flashes the best? 15, 13. Do that. Come on. Oh, did we stagger? We staggered. I think we staggered her. Perfect. Jesus. Oh, that was pretty good. We did. Jumper. Hit that. Yep. Ooh. Faust did fucking crazy damage there. In the fight. Woo. The last boss is almost never as bad as the first boss, the main boss. It's true that people scrutinize others for differences, to find something they can hate. But it's also true that it's often the very differences that people look up to. And admiration usually goes hand in hand with overestimation. Yes, and Miss Mayers admired those two unknowns, Seaborn and the Light. She thought they would be the solution to everything. Mayers, do you still want to go to the city? No. I'll remain here in Terra. I'll broaden my studies, I'll talk more. I'll find a new path toward realizing my wish. As for what will happen now, Miss Mayers, we're gonna need to have a long talk with the Inquisition, but I'll help too. I'll help you in your search for that path, if we can. The great art built in this city crumbles. The light fades and gives way to the shadows, and we found ourselves back on board the vessel Massus. Battle complete. Vessel Massus, it's slowing down. How's Miss Mayers? Here, unconscious, the mental strain seems to have taken its toll. It all happened inside the Dungeon of Fathoms, but it still couldn't have been easy on her mind to send so many waves after us. What will happen to Miss Mayers now? First, we'll wait for the Inquisition's ruling, then bring her to Rhodes Island. Her efforts were misguided, but she still had Terra's best interests at heart. Together, I'm sure we can discuss a better way forward. What if she's sentenced to death? Then we will need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when we get to it, Doctor. It's finally over. All we have left to do is go back. As we prepared to leave with our hearts much lighter than they were earlier. Hold on, everyone. Something's rapidly approaching us. A low thundering roar vibrates through the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship. Where did this shade come from? Wait, is that... Almost as if driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Gregor and runs to the control room. Something must have clicked in Otis's head as she also turned and ran after Ishmael. But those two are running into the bridge. Brace! Grab onto something! Like bullets, mucking up right before we finish line. Doctor, Dante's advised that we grab onto something. I see, they're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone brace for impact, stay alert, something's coming. The ship leaned heavily as it hurriedly turned port side, and I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just beneath the water's surface, right where the ship was a second ago. It's a Seaborn. It's the size of slightly larger than the vessel, Massus. Amia's communicator buzzes with Ishmael's voice. The turrets are going wild. Wait, no, something's causing these turrets to go wild. We'll try our best to maintain evasive maneuvers for as long as possible, but We can't do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take the vessel masses to cross a dimensional door. Does Rhodes Island have a way out of this quandary? Not at this moment. But we have to come up with one now, and fast. Dante, does anything come to mind? We should first figure out why that Seaborn's coming after us. Copy that. I'll focus on seeing the ship, so keep us updated. With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the Seaborn as it swims by. We can't just take the whole ship across the dimensional door. We're not the only ones on it. But the sea is too wild to simply turn around to let the others leave. It's almost like it's obsessed with this ship. Just why could it possibly be coming after the ship all of a sudden? Could it be that Fabius ordered... It's coming after me. Stoddy, when did you get here? Yes, I'm their enemy, an abyssal hunter. As though to prove it, the giant beast began charge against the bow of the ship the moment Stoddy repositioned herself there. Just what are abyssal hunters? Why are they gung-ho about trying to kill you? Abyssal hunters are those who hunt sea terrors and seaborn. Of course, this isn't based on any emotions such as vengeance or resentment. It's Stoddy's... Well, that's not important right now. What matters is that they're solely targeting Stoddy. Operators of Rhodes Island are heavily fatigued at this moment from their long defense against the sea waves in the Dungeon of the Fathoms. The same could be said of us and Miss Amiya, who battled the mayors in the meantime. To engage that Seaborn in this particular circumstance is... Oh! Something shakes the vessel. Mosses once again. What's this now? There's more? There are indeed multiple entities trying to surround our ship, however. A violent, destructive sound crashes through the waves toward the vessel. Past the sudden wall of mist, there was... We're lucky. Or was this simply how it was supposed to go? Is it Mephistopheles? Is it Virgilus? Oh no, it's Tide-Nide. Ishar Mal. Sir Knight! 2 Seaborns? It's going to be fine, Miss Inquisitor. If he's the same knight we fought earlier, I doubt he'll be able to stop himself from charging at that giant of a sea monster. Like Honglu said, the knight charged straight at the giant rough wave at the giant Seaborn, as though he hardly noticed our presence. If we can help the knight repel the Seaborn, we just might have a shot at sending Limbus Company back through the dimensional door and escaping aboard the vessel Massus ourselves. Can everyone still move? I'm almost at my limit, but I can still move. I've got a plan, and I'd like for everyone to trust me on this. Things aren't so bad outside after you've entered the portal. Now it's time for the hunters to get to work. The bright ray of light from Irene's lamp shines upon those on deck, while Stoddy leaps tall into the air using the ship's bow as her launching pad. The operators each scatter to their appropriate positions, as commanded by the doctor. Ishmael noticed both exit to the decks as well, presumably having found someone to steer the ship. Is it okay to have you two out here? This tall Sid seems to know enough about seafaring to take over. While this crisis is far from over, she was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship steering to her and descend to the deck for our return. I think Monster would be more helpful than them. It doesn't seem like we'll all be able to bid you goodbye. Are you sure you're gonna be okay? We can stay a little longer to help. I appreciate this, I really do, but Amiya pointed toward the dimensional door, which significantly shown smaller since we saw it. You don't have much time. I wonder if it was only supposed to open for a set period, or what if it's closing now because our work here is done. There's precious little we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Thanks, Amiya. We've been lost for a while in this world if it weren't for Rhodes Island's help. Thanks to you, we were able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before we return. Time to say goodbye to the Iberian sea breeze, I guess. You have any idea how big of a pile we're going to be at the Inquisition? Merda, try to drop it into Iberia next time, you got that? Try not to drop into Iberia next time, you got that? Sure, let's all stay nicely in our own worlds. As the Great Seaborn briefly falters at the blind might of Stoddy in the night, the ship's bow managed to stop inches from the dimensional door. Jesus, this fucking Lovecraftian monster, you taunt us with joys. Manager, now's your chance, get to the dimensional door. Sunday, I hope we can meet again. Hey, wait, they have medic girl. They have the medic dog girl here too. And other Rhodes Island operators seen from the... Ooh. We shall take our leave. Let's return to the city. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield, terrifying roars contending with one another. After taking one final look at Rhodes Island defending the vessel, we leapt onto the pitch black darkness at the center of the dimensional door. I'm swept away by the tides of consciousness. The river draws out my memories and consciousness, sublimating them away. Then... Hangyang! Where... Is this Yi Hangyang? I looked around and see the sinners strewn about the room, dozing off. I see Heathcliff crash like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same time, sleeping against the walls? A bizarre sensation that something was truly amiss rolls up my spine. Did he lose all the fucking memories? You have come to. Now that you have come to, I request that you continue your rest in your chamber. Your presence here makes it difficult to conduct cleaning activities in the areas adjacent to your body. Huh? What? We just came through the dimensional door after Rhodes Island. Rhodes. You were transferred here after the LCCA discovered your company unconscious at the entrance of the lobotomy court branch. I felt like I just went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. Oh, come on. No, don't pull this you lose your memories bullshit. Fuck off. There was a hole in my memory, and this strange emotional tug at my heart, and ego I don't ever recall extracting. Reconnaissance petit avail me but 5 more minutes of steadily wooding trading dummies to wake you in 5 minutes. But the bizarre sensation actually settles. What was that abnormality? What just happened? I don't have any answers to either of those questions, but... Wait, where's Sod? She said something about how there's been a delay or something. I couldn't find Sod, who's been bringing us odd jobs here and there during stay anywhere. But on the desk, I did find a note filled with various requests in a letter, but presumably left behind by Sod. We got a distortion contract. Come on, time to earn your keep. And we're going to lounge around until we got a message from my HQ, right? Are you allergic to giving us time off or something? In that moment, a certain voice briefly surfaces from the abyss of my memories, before sinking again. There's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Which means that it should never be up to others to find the worth of life, to argue for it. The worth of life. I didn't quite recall who said it, or even where I heard it from. Honestly, I don't even understand what it means. You can't change what you see by standing still. You want to bring about a better world? Then, even if you may be lost to the ideals. Even still, some of these words left a lingering impression upon my heart. You have to keep walking. Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began walking up to the sinners one by one. Yeah, it's not like we're getting anything done here. On your feet, guys, time to get to work. The sinners began waking up. Some of them looking around to each get their area. Is Fausto to remember? Like, because of the Jesselslav? Like, they're just being pulled out of a long dream. You cannot, you fucking... Don't do this fucking, it's their trick. They don't remember it. Robbing me of my peace. Alright. But that was fun. Reward exchange. It is enough for this, but tickets first. We gotta gamble. We'll grab the ego. So we have at least one ego. Yay! Okay. Yeah. Oh, that was stuffy. All right. What does it say? Rise from the old nightmare to your sea. Okay. Yeah. A few weeklies. Yeah, hand those over. Can't wait to grind that dungeon. Let's see. Attract. We got the tickets. We're gambling. We're gambling with all that we have left. I'm being bullied. Please? Please. Give me a fake out. Of course not. Well, there's always later. There's always the mirror dungeon and all the fun stuff. Okay. We got at least a daily check-in, so we'll have rolls, and I will hopefully get one of the egos by the end. That was fun. I like that. I think we'll get enough rolls to probably... I think the event's gonna last long enough that I'll probably be able to get it. How long is it? Event info. Ends on the 10/24. Alright, so I have like a month. I got weeks to get it. I'll probably have enough to probably get the one of these. I will at least... Also, betrayal. I will at least get the Fausta ego, hopefully. Mostly because I just want it. I like Keltsit. And it does burn and rupture. And other stuff that looks kind of cool, but it does rupture. I like rupture. Rupture, my beloved. I want to see little monster having his fun time. Let's raid out to somebody. I had a good stream. That was fun. Raid. Tomorrow, painting. Who is also having fun? We'll raid out to Meggy Itchy. They appear to be, you know, about 4 hours in. We're gonna raid out to them, and they appear to be having fun. It's wacky over there, but you know what? I'm gonna raid out to them, say hi, you know, have a good time. I hope everyone else had to do it today. I hope you guys are having fun, and hopefully had better luck on your pulls than me. I'm in hell. Apparently, I can't have any good luck. Unless I'm playing Reverse 1999, then apparently I get plenty of good luck. Anyways, everyone have a good night, have a good time, see you next time. We'll be doing model painting tomorrow. Yippee, as per usual, the Friday collab for painting. Whee!